as we have our backs, remember our foes combine. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. And as long as we have our backs, whenever our foes combine. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces.
Good plays. I mean, it's 14-5, Dave.
I like that play by Nemesis. I think
Hello, and we aren't here, but now we are. My name is TJ.
And I'm Joe.
And we are straying from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We are going to be doing some Legacy today. About 4 rounds is what I am currently expecting. Should be a whole lot of fun. I think we're going to be having 12 players.
Nice.
Decks that I know are out there. Dredge, Reanimator, and I think those are the 2 that I at least saw. Are there any more that you're aware of?
Yeah, pretty sure we're going to be seeing Orion on Mud tonight. I saw him practicing that a bit earlier. And then there's another player on Goblins.
Oh, that is true. Oh, and there's also a Delver player.
Of course, there's Delver.
Yep, naturally.
And I wouldn't be too surprised to see an iteration of Lands out there tonight. We've seen
True.
a lot of that lately.
Yeah, we have been, and I think part of that is because we have that rule in place right now, to where one thing that you may notice if you aren't familiar with our Legacy stream is that some of our players will have proxies. We are allowing that. We don't sanction our Legacy tournaments so that more people can try different things. So there is no limit on proxies, with the one stipulation being that if you win credit, you got to use it on the cards that you're proxying up.
Yep.
So, a little bit of an unusual thing. You might see some of those, but otherwise, welcome, and thank you for joining us. We should be getting started pretty shortly. Just waiting on a couple of things to start firing.
And from the chat, hello, Chase.
Hey, Chase. Good to see you. And Rob as well. Hello to everybody. The usual applies. If you do have any comments, questions, or feedback, please do let us know. It is a lot of fun for us to interact with you guys. And
Oh.
Smokin' Joe saying hello to another Joe in the only way that he knows how.
I mean, there really can only be one, so I understand the response.
Hey, Highlander's a very real thing. Luckily, we are prepared.
Yeah.
And hello, Rob. Anyway, I think that they are just getting ready now. We should be heading in shortly. I'm very glad that you didn't wear green today. Was that a purposeful choice? Or was it lucky? Because I forgot to tell you.
A bit of both. I don't think I actually own anything green.
Well, I would have expected you since I told you to meet you here in the middle of a forest.
That's true. I forgot my camouflage.
So, should be a lot of fun. Big news in the Legacy community. I think it was actually announced this week, but then again, time becomes somewhat of a blur. That
It was
Eternal
in the last 2
Masters. Eternal Masters being the big news as far as Legacy goes. Of course, we did see the skyrocketing of anything on the reserve list, price-wise, but nonetheless, hopefully Eternal Masters ends up a pretty sweet format, at least for helping out Legacy grow, and a nice little bone to toss towards Legacy, which they have not been supporting great. Hopefully,
No, they have not.
hopefully it's the sign of more to come as far as supporting that a little bit, just because they may have realized what with the outpouring of, I mean, even the Legacy Preservation series being a huge thing right now, maybe they shouldn't be giving up on that format so soon.
I really hope they don't. I do love the Legacy format, and I'd like to see it keep going strong. And maybe we'll see the new Eternal Masters help give that a old jump start.
So, my question for you guys while we're getting ready for round 1 here is, what card are you looking to see reprinted? You can only put down 1. Now, granted, I can't enforce that, so if you put down more than 1, there's no...
Instantly banned.
Wow. Extremism is important. Gotta stick to your guns. Anyway, what card are you looking forward to being reprinted? Mine is Price of Progress.
Ooh, that is a nice one.
I think that would be a fun one to have and doesn't quite need to be overly... Now, Imperial Recruiter already being named, and I think that's a really good one.
You guys are going to have to be in charge of grabbing people and stuff. Because I'm being the 12th person, and
Uh,
I'm running everything.
Do you mean like during...
I mean, like, as of right now, you have Tyler versus Paul playing, and you're just going to have to send people out.
Okay. Is round 1 about to start?
Yep. Right now.
Who's...
Could you go
Yeah,
ask?
I'll go.
Excellent. We're getting to
Oh,
round
I
1
just
soon.
need to...
So, we are getting ready for round 1. Joe is on a journey right now to discover who it is, and then we'll be getting started. 4 rounds of Legacy tonight. Should be trying to get at least a good variety of all those decks in. And again, any questions, any comments, please feel free to let us know. Otherwise, we'll just be having fun, hanging out, and talking about Magic, which is always a blast. Just before we get started, I will do, of course, this little plug. We do this stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Wednesdays and Saturdays are Modern. Fridays are Legacy. Wednesdays and Saturdays, 7 o'clock and 6 o'clock respectively. Fridays at 7:30, which you are currently joining us for. Other than that, join us this Sunday. We will be doing a grand pre-trial for Modern from noon Pacific time, probably until about 8, something like that. It's going to be about 5 to 6 rounds, and then a cut to the top 8. Should be a whole lot of fun. I'll be in here with Coleman, and we'll just be talking about Magic all day. So join us then as well. Other than that, just waiting to get these results from Joe, my fantastic co-host, and Lion's Eye Diamond being Rob's vote. Can't get behind that one.
Alright.
So, on the left,
So, on the left, as in against... No, not against the wall, is Luke.
last name?
You're right back.
Okay.
Alright.
Excellent. Still figuring a couple of things out here and there, but nonetheless, should be a lot of fun. Okay. So, Legacy, fun format. So far, the reserve list, kind of a hot button item at the moment.
Last name, D-R-Y-D-E-N.
D-R-Y-D-E-N.
No.
And they are playing?
Bant Vine. He said it's like Survivine, but without the survive.
Okay. And they are up against?
Paul. B. We not have him in here?
Hmm. Nonetheless, unimportant. What's the deck?
He's on Punishing Jund.
Punishing Jund. Excellent. So, let's head on down to the match, and we'll be doing all kinds of fun there. See you down there. Okay, so both players getting ready for game one here with a Verdant Catacombs getting cracked by Paul right there in turn one. Probably going to be going for, would you expect a Bayou? It gives them the turn 2 Tarmogoyf as well as a turn 1 Thoughtseize, things like that.
Yeah, I like Bayou here. Black, green are going to be their most common colors. Red, mostly being for just bolts and punishing fire, which aren't really what they're immediately going for on their first turn.
Yeah, and assembling double black also gives them the opportunity to drop that Liliana the Veil, especially if we see a Deathrite Shaman. It makes that turn 2 Liliana viable.
And there you are. There's your Deathrite Shaman.
Exactly. Alright, and we are heading into Luke's turn now. Now tell me a little bit about what we can expect from a Bant Vine deck.
Oh, man. I was like, alright, can I see what you're playing so we can let the stream know? Oh, man.
So we're going to discover together.
We're gonna go on a little bit of discovery together.
Excellent. And that looks to be a Flooded Strand getting cracked.
Yep.
So far an early indication of these Bant killers.
Gitays, got some counter magic.
And I assume Vengevine because of that name? Okay.
You can see like he's got a removal package in swords. I believe that was a Jace Vin's Prodigy for his flip cards. Certainly an interesting deck. Can't say I know all that much about it.
Alright, and a Tropical Island hitting the field. So, Paul so far off to an early advantage, all things considered. That Deathrite Shaman gonna accelerate him into the game, and the fact that 2 fetches have been used means that that Deathrite Shaman has got staying power as far as its usefulness goes for a while.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't look like too much, and we're gonna have a turn 1 play.
Careful Study, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yep. And we do also have a Daze in the hand, so it seems to be a little bit of a tempo deck. But that Careful Study seems like an interesting choice.
Let's see, discarding. Oof. Dropping an island immediately. Looks like he Careful Studied with nothing immediately targeting to discard and just throwing away 2 lands. Not getting the most value out of that, unfortunately. I know we have someone in our stream or in our chat stream that's pretty fond of the card and probably knows a bit more about casting it than I do, but generally I think you want to avoid casting Careful Study for the draw unless you have to. You want to be casting Careful Study as a means of putting something into your yard. It's a Hymn to Turok. My personal favorite art, I believe it is the Peat Ventures.
So a Hymn to Turok, and those lands that are in his place are actually duels. We do allow proxies, so that is a Badlands and a Dang It.
HYMN.
Oh, what did I...
MM.
Whoops. I didn't even know that.
Alright, getting that him dazed. Looks like Luke is pretty fond of his hand. And seeing Deathright Shaman to pay for the daze, that's really going to set Luke back.
And going for one of Luke's as well, and pitching those lands to the Careful Study.
Oh,
again.
Deathright Shaman's never going to run out of food now.
Exactly.
Oh, it's going to hurt Luke really bad if he gets his lands ripped out of his hand here. Especially since he just picked one up to daze.
As for what Bantvine is, that's the name that we got. We assume that it's some sort of Bant tempo deck based around Vengevine and some kind of graveyard interaction.
I believe I was told the initial element of the deck is a survival of the fittest Vengevine type of synergy.
Mm-hmm.
He said, though, he does not have survival.
But clearly he has not gotten the memo.
Yeah. We'll definitely have to let him know.
And another fetch land. So going to be going down to 18. Still at a little bit of a land disadvantage, which is exactly where Jund wants to be.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be going pound for pound. You spend as much mana for your cards as they are for theirs, except yours are better.
Yep.
And when you get to play with 3 when they have 1,
Oh, man.
you're off to a good start.
Oh, yeah. When Punishing Jund, has actually 2 lands and a Deathright Shaman that's never going to run out of fuel, and Bantvine, on turn 2 is playing, effectively their first land because of that ineffective daze. Oh, man. That just feels so good for the Punishing Jund player.
Now, as for survival, since that's banned, isn't that pretty similar to... That's similar to the elf that discards, correct? To where you discard a creature card to find another
Fauna
one?
Shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a Fauna Shaman enchantment, but that one's banned, so I wonder if maybe it's based on maybe an old strategy and just trying to revive it a little bit.
Could be.
And it looks like a Punishing Fire straight to Luke's face. And actually, 2 of them, but with no Grove of the Burn Willows yet, not going to be able to start recurring those. And doesn't look like a whole lot of ways to actually get that Grove yet, so
No,
so far just a one-off.
It is an efficient use of his mana, just get some damage in while Luke's not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
And if Luke had attempted to daze there, he just would have hurt himself so much picking up another land.
And a Sylvan Library.
Yeah, definitely a solid card. Try and help get Luke back in the game here.
So if you're Luke, knowing what you can do, or at least what we know of him, what is your strategy at this point now that you're a little bit behind?
Ooh, at this point, now that you're behind, I think we've seen Tarmogoyf and GT when I was giving his deck a quick look through.
So see Noble Hierarch in there.
Alright, so I think sticking that Noble Hierarch early is going to be strong, but Liliana is going to make that difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Punishing Jund seems like it has enough of an edge on it that it's going to be really hard for Luke to catch up. But sticking a Tarmogoyf and a GT and just trying to get a bit faster than Jund might be the play here, but...
That Liliana's going to really hurt anything
That
with
Liliana's
going to
hurt. As soon as he gets something down, the amount of removal that Punishing Jund has access to, he's got to be sitting on something else now as well. Oh, he's got a Bolt in hand. He's just going aggressive.
Which, I mean, at this point now that you're in an advantageous position...
Oh, yeah, at this point,
this.
he just wants to win before Luke gets a chance to catch up.
How about a True Name Nemesis out of this Bantvine deck? Is that something that...
I mean, yeah, seeing these colors, knowing he's got GT, I wouldn't be surprised to see True Name. That is definitely a solid card.
Well, normally saying, well, you only get to draw 1 card per turn. Well, with Sylvan Library, if he finds the cards that he needs, he's going to have a bit more options. I do see a Force of Will in that hand.
He's a little late for that Force, though. It's not going to buy him a whole lot right now.
Yeah, I was probably looking to take down that Liliana with that, which is going to be a huge roadblock for him to get past.
Yeah, trying to, keep creatures up in the face of a Liliana is going to be difficult.
Unless he's running Slash Panther, which I would respect.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
looks like
asking-
picking up the cards. So while
Yep.
we're waiting for game 2, one thing that's going to be part of this, and just to possibly explain things who may not be as familiar with the Legacy metagame, is what Punishing Jund is, why there's Punishing Jund as opposed to regular Jund.
Right.
And because of that Punishing Fire synergy. So I'm going to bring those up if you want to give me a quick run through on why that Punishing Fire works so well in Legacy, since it's legal.
Right, so the Punishing Jund is quite strong, giving you access with a Grove of the Burn Willows and a Punishing Fire that whenever you activate Grove of the Burn Willows to generate a colored mana, red or green, your opponent gains life, which then triggers the ability on Punishing Fire. Your opponent is gaining life. You may pay red to return the Punishing Fire to your hand. So you activate Grover the Burning Wells for red. Your opponent gains 1 life. You spend that 1 red mana to return Punishing Fire to your hand and cast it again. So it's a nice, compact, synergistic little assembly of cards that are perfectly fine on their own, but together are just devastating recurring damage.
Really punishes creature-based strategies as well.
Oh, it does. There's so many X1s and X2s in the format. Cast your Punishing Fire, pick it up with Grove, and just cast it again a second time in the turn. Brutal.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Vengevine, Swords to Plowshares, some other things. I'm still pretty curious to see what ends up, coming out of this deck.
mm-hmm.
We didn't, unfortunately, get to see a whole lot of demonstration from it.
Right. It will be interesting to see.
Interesting. And in that main board was a Basking Root Walla.
I don't know, you want to go ahead and pull that up for the chat to look at?
What an interesting card that is just a little bit peeking up above, and there he comes down to say hello to us all. A 1/1 for 1 on its own, not bad, but certainly outclassed by a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
But a Madness ability for 0. So, if you would discard that card, instead you can cast it for its Madness cost. And so it goes down to the battlefield. And like Slowly Crashing was noting, pretty solid against that Liliana.
Yep.
Would need enough mana to really take it down. 4 mana would be the ideal place to be with that. So that's, and especially with Paul not having seen that in game 1, that could be a nice little tool against that.
Oh yeah, that'll be a nice little thing to have just in his back pocket. But it's actually funny you mentioned that. We did have one player who hasn't really been active recently, who just looked up and proxied an Eldrazi list, but ended up opting out of the tournament tonight and is just hanging out instead.
Okay, so Dutch mentioned something. Someone trying to play Blue-Green Madness with no survival. Does that ring a bell for you? Unfortunately, it does not for me.
No, I can't say that's something I'm too familiar with.
Alright. Are there any sweepers? Removing 1 or 2 creatures a turn too slow. I'm going to assume, I'm not quite sure what they're referring to.
I think they're asking, is there like a wrath effect? Because just punishing, firing away 1 to 2 creatures a turn is too slow. I'm going to disagree with that. That's incredibly strong. If every turn you're killing 1 to 2 of your opponent's creatures, they aren't drawing 1 to 2 creatures a turn.
Also,
you will win that.
You also never lose a card. It's only one card that does it.
You're not, I hope I draw my 1 removal spell to beat my opponent's 1 creature. You're just, it's there. Once you draw it, you have it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And also, Legacy, significantly less creature-based than Modern.
Yes.
Now, granted, Punishing Fire and Grove of the Burning Wells would still be insanely powerful in Modern.
Oh, no, for sure.
But it would be less so, just because of the prevalence of creatures in Modern. But in Legacy, with so few creatures, usually that one thing will pretty much answer all of your needed functions, and actually serve as a win con if you can't put one together later.
Yeah,
with a 1 damage a turn clock.
Yeah, I mean, there are decks that actually use that as their main win con, some variants of lands.
Alright. I was a powerhouse back when Survival was legal. Interesting.
I believe it.
I unfortunately was not at all aware of the Legacy format when Survival was legal. But that sounds pretty cool, and I'm excited to see what kind of things that we could see out of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, we are going to be seeing Luke on the play. Alright. And looks like we have a Wasteland, a couple lands, what appears to be a Deathrite Shaman. Is that a Kolaghan's Command in Legacy?
It looks like it is. Kolaghan's Command has picked up a lot of love recently.
Excellent. I am a big fan of Kolaghan's Command, and that might explain why it recently went up to $20. So, we have got a Flooded Strand now. Luke going down to 19.
And, they're thinking about Toxic Deluge there in the chat. Oh, and someone got that for me.
Yep.
That is a very strong card. Definitely getting a lot of love in some decks. I believe Punishing Jund plays it at least as a one of the side. But
I'm not sure if Paul would be bringing it in right now because he saw so few creatures. May not actually know what
yeah,
he's up
I would say at this point for Paul, he's seen more creatures out of himself than Luke, so probably not really going to focus on the sweeping right now. Just a little bit of spot removal to keep Luke off his feet.
Yep, and a Wasteland taking down Luke's first land, and another Flooded Strand going to crack. Seems to be plenty of those Flooded Strands.
Mm-hmm.
But that Wasteland able to take down a non-basic, which went for his Tropical Island, putting him back a land drop.
Yep, and we saw that was a GT out of Luke's hand, which can certainly help him, if he can stick it and get counters on it.
Mm-hmm.
That lets him buff his creatures to dodge the Punishing Fire and Lightning Bolt style removal. Life gain to fight those as well, and lets him buff his creatures to be big enough to easily fight anything that Paul throws out, his Goyfs and whatnot.
Alright, and we have a Bloodbraid Elf in Paul's hand, and he does have a Deathrite Shaman, so what I'm expecting this turn is to probably drop that Deathrite Shaman. Mm-hmm. That's going to make it to where if he drops a land next turn, he's at that 3 required for the Kologon's Command, which can take down anything that goes on, and that also puts him up the turn to possibly drop that Bloodbraid Elf.
Mm-hmm.
On still turn 4, but after you Wasteland on turn 1, that's kind of where you're hoping to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thoughts he's out of...
So we have got a Sylvan Library, 2 Forests, an Umazawa's Jitte, and what I assume to be a Jace Fringe Prodigy.
Yeah, I believe that is the case here.
So, if you are Paul, what are you focusing on right now? Looks like the Jitte.
I would agree with that. The Jitte is the immediate problem here. We are definitely going to be seeing that Sylvan Library coming down this turn, I would assume. But that... For Paul, I'd feel less threatened with that. We've seen ample discard out of him. He can easily respond to it down the line. But, seeing, any creatures out of Luke here and that Jitte can start causing problems. Whereas, the creature we have seen, the Basking Root Walla, the Noble Hierarch, on their own aren't really that threatening, but a Jitte can make them, a win con in of themselves.
Okay. And one thing to note is Slowly Crashing brings up a great point of him fetching on turn 1 without actually having a target at that point. Mm-hmm. One of the things that can kind of matter with this is that there is the difference in that we are at a local game store as opposed to a Grand Prix or anything Magic. And so sometimes we will have people on stream who might be learning the Legacy metagame, because this is where you would come to do that.
Yeah.
And so some of the people here might only get that chance to play once a month, twice a month, or even once a week, and they may not play at that same frequency.
Yeah.
So certainly this would be that opportunity to learn a bit about why you wouldn't do that into Wasteland. Mm-hmm. But sometimes we can't always expect them to be as well versed in the format from, we can expect some things, but certainly. My timer isn't working. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to toss it there, and if maybe between games you'd be able to just run out and take a quick look at it. So, Luke dropping down a Noble Hierarch and a Jace Fringe Prodigy, and a Choke landing for Paul loses a lot of value with those 2 basic forests.
Oh, yeah.
So that is pretty unfortunate there. Yeah. Okay.
A little better than having 3 tropicals in play right now.
Certainly. So going for those basics, not a bad call. Paul currently has a Bayou and a Badlands with that Deathrite Shaman, so 3 mana up with a land drop next turn, which I'm not seeing, but is not unfeasible.
Right.
Could be seeing that Bloodbraid Elf coming down to apply pressure.
Mm-hmm. Looks like in the worst case, Paul has his own Sylvan Library in hand. Why are you getting an eye on what else?
That Jace Fringe Prodigy is going to be pretty interesting, and I kind of like that because it's going to allow him to activate that Madness with one of his own creatures, and it gives him a consistent way to do that if he has those in hand.
Oh, seeing a Vengevine dropping down. And that is what's nice about the Madness there, is that it is casting, so you Madness 2 Basking Root Walls in 1 turn, and that gets your Vengevine up.
That is excellent. And it looks like another island coming down, so back up to having double blue. Probably going to be concerned. Make that triple blue. So it doesn't even have to be that conservative with those islands at this point. Those Noble Hierarchs providing all of the mana that he can need, being a Bant deck.
For sure.
As long as those don't get removed, color's not going to be a problem, even with that choke hitting the battlefield.
Right.
So if you're Paul, would you have played that choke, even though you're only going to be getting, not cutting off colors, tapping down one land permanently, basically a 3-mana wasteland, more than anything? Or I guess a strip mine since it's going for a basic, but nonetheless.
Right. If he didn't have anything else to play in his hand, I don't see any reason why not. And in the long game, once he can remove those Noble Hierarchs, that's going to be perfectly fine. However, we are seeing Luke getting some pretty good footing here, getting double Noble Hierarch, Scavenging Ooze, and that got his Vengevine back into play, swinging pretty big with 2 Exalted triggers.
Yeah, able to swing for as a 6/5
Yeah.
at that point, which is pretty excellent. And oddly enough, we didn't see the Jace flip, which is almost kind of surprising knowing the point of this deck, and earlier its graveyard filled up so quickly. So I'm wondering if he is particularly accustomed to it. But that Scavenging Ooze, if he doesn't want it to flip, he can just eat his own cards and keep it from flipping.
Just keeping it looting is certainly not bad for him either.
Alright.
There's a steady discard outlet. So
And also this Deathrite Shaman, certainly keeping that graveyard in check.
that as well.
Though, at this point, if I'm Luke, I actually don't want that Jace to flip, because the plus ability, not excellent. I'm going to be going for a Deathrite Shaman that's not doing much anyway.
Yep.
Otherwise, there's no spells to flash back in that graveyard. And we have got a second Deathrite coming in off of that Bloodbraid Elf.
Alright. Bloodbraid Elf's certainly a solid card.
Yes!
He's getting himself second Deathrite Shaman. Probably not the most value he could have gotten here, but certainly not the worst.
Alright. And, I mean, even swinging in becomes dangerous, because you're just walking into a Scavenging Ooze to trade with. And while Luke may want to hold on to that Scavenging Ooze, getting rid of a 3-2 when you've got a 4-3 coming at you, not where you, or a 6-5 really.
Yeah, he doesn't even get to trade blocking the Vengevine.
So we have gotten Untap now. Taking a look, I believe these are the 3 cards from Sylvan Library.
Yeah, this is a Sylvan Library trigger, activation trigger, whichever.
It is I think a trigger.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the original one is written as an activation. But
Interesting.
we're looking at the old cards. So at least 2 lands there, Caracas, and I couldn't quite see the other card he's putting back, or keeping. There's also a Flooded Strand in those 3.
Okay.
So let's see what he's doing.
And it is at the beginning, so it'd be a trigger.
Ah, so it is.
Yeah. Whoop.
Whoop.
Hit the wrong button. Well, you didn't see anything. Alright, so we're going to get that Jace activation. Knows what is in hand, so really just trying to dig, I think. Because knew what both of those top cards were and knew that there wasn't going to be a whole lot of value, so I'm not quite sure if I see the huge advantage to tapping that Jace at this point, as opposed to just taking something. And, I mean, why would you not possibly fetch with that Flooded Strand, then activate the Jace, then even if you draw one of those Madness creatures, you can use it without having a lock on what's on top of your library.
Well, I believe he was Hellbent, other than the card he drew off of his Sylvan, so he would have had to empty his hand in order to fetch, reset his top, and then he's just milling himself one with Jace.
Unless you're a Madness deck. In which, at least your odds are increased.
Right. You do have a good chance. Personally, I think I'd just hold off the turn, draw, and then you do have a choice on the next turn when you activate Jace.
Yeah, or just take the 4 damage, because you're in an advantageous position right now.
Very true.
And take the 4 and set up, to continue applying that pressure.
Right.
So, that's a little bit unusual to me. My guess is that may just be trying to get that graveyard filled up to flip it eventually. But again, it doesn't seem like a huge amount of relevance.
Right. He's already in a pretty good place. Alright, seeing that Colgan's command come down.
Alright.
See what he's doing with it.
So, not quite sure. Looks like we've got at least the 2 damage mode and a discard, maybe? But a discard, not relevant right now because they're in top deck mode. Oh, and returning a Deathrite Shaman. Okay. So reaching for the graveyard, we are going to be seeing dealing 2 damage to a Noble Hierarch and returning target creature from your graveyard to your hand.
And in response, we're just going to see that eaten with the Scavenging Ooze.
Yep, kind of what I was expecting at that point.
Yep. Nothing too surprising there.
One of the big benefits of the Scavenging Ooze, and it is going to get them up to
yeah.
15, get a +1/+1 counter on that Scavenging Ooze, which I imagine that they're grabbing now.
Yep.
Could you ask him to use the big
I will
dice
let him
next to
know.
it? Excellent. Other than that, we have got a Sylvan Library coming from Paul. So both players with a Sylvan Library at this point, and we're getting those giant nice dice. Alright, so if you are Paul, what would have been your target for that shock ability? Because that Vengevine, as a 4/3 right now, is still going to have the Exalted trigger to not trade with that Bloodbraid Elf. So is your target the Noble Hierarch or the Jace?
That was a good question. I mean, getting rid of the Hierarchs to eventually trade with the Vengevine is okay, but we might just see him, drop two creatures in rapid succession like he did earlier to get it right back. That's always a possibility out of the Vengevine-based deck. I wouldn't ever target the Scavenging Ooze in that scenario, just because he can very easily eat a creature in response, like he did anyways, and that immediately bumps the Skoos out of the, realm of being killed. So I don't think the Skoos was a viable possibility there.
Because that Deathrat Shaman was in there.
Right. And seeing, having the two Hierarchs, just killing one of them doesn't always feel good, but, having your opponent in top deck mode and not flipping that Jace, it's not too threatening. The Hierarch might have been the best play there. And that does open up the ability of keeping him off his blue just a bit more with that choke.
Okay.
So, I think I agree with that.
And it may force him to start tapping some of those blue sources down the line.
Right. So, he's shrinking that Vengevine, which is, keeping him alive longer, getting more value out of his choke. I do like that play.
Okay. Now it looks like we might have a Force in hand, as
in
well
his-
as a Vengevine in
I
hand.
believe this is still looking at his Sylvan Library.
Oh, okay. So a
that-
Vengevine, a Force. That Vengevine probably going to be placed second from the top, or as his draw, just so that he can tap that Jace, get it into the
This
graveyard.
is interesting. It looks like... Is he paying to keep...
Okay.
Alright, so keeping the Vengevine and what looked like it might have been a Daze?
Oh.
Certainly interesting. Not...
So setting up at least a little bit of protection, but if it is a Daze, that seems a bit unusual with Paul having so much mana available to him.
Right.
At this point, you'd almost prefer the Forcible, even though that has a significantly less value. But you've got 5 mana.
Look what he's thinking about. He activated Jace for his loot ability and is seriously thinking about what he's discarding here. I suppose having the mana to just cast and swing with another Vengevine is nice.
That's true, if you're not going to be able to get it out of the graveyard this turn.
Well, I guess another thing with Daze is he picks up his tapped...
Might be a Meddling Mage.
Could be.
Alright, so we have got a Jace flipped.
Yep. I suppose one advantage to having the Daze is it does allow him, even if he's not getting the most value out of it, to pick up his tapped island and replay it just to gain a blue source for a turn. Right, and it looks like the stream agrees that it's probably a Meddling Mage.
Okay. I actually kind of like the Meddling Mage. At this point, what are you naming? What's your biggest fear at this point?
I'm naming at this point.
Any border, maybe a Toxic Deluge?
Toxic Deluge at this point is threatening, but I wouldn't be anticipating my opponent to have brought it in. I don't know. That is difficult to say. You're not really afraid of Liliana. You've got more than enough creatures, and you're in top deck mode. I wouldn't really know. I guess, personally, I like just naming removal, so Lightning Bolt might be good here.
Alright.
And yeah, having that second Vengevine means you don't really care how many Exalted triggers you've got.
And just picking up the cards. Accepting the inevitability here.
Yep. Oh, Scavenging Ooze on the other side. I guess that that is a threat, but there weren't really any creatures in the yard.
Maybe to
Many
take down your
creatures.
Vengevines, but at that point, you've already established a pretty dominant board position. That's not going to be a huge setback for you, all things considered.
Right.
So, not quite sure what we've got. We've got some Corrosion Grips, Pithy Needles in the sideboard, maybe deciding some of those. But at this point, if there is that creature removal, probably going to be going for it.
Yeah.
And some Surgical Extractions
and a cage.
and cages in that sideboard that likely didn't come in, and I think we're probably going to be seeing those come in now that we've seen those Vengevines.
Oh, looks like we're just seeing Punishing Fires come in, if I saw that right.
Interesting. But it looks like 2 of those came out and didn't see many creatures, ended up pointing them at the face. I understand the pulling of them out. And
Right, we
now
saw
that we've seen Jace.
very different results from Luke between games 1 and 2. So Paul probably going to be shifting up his sideboard just to deal with what he now actually sees as his opponent's deck.
Yeah, certainly didn't get a full view. Almost saw the downside of an extremely successful game 1.
Yeah.
Which sometimes you just got to give him a turn to try so that you know, yeah, I'm not actually advocating for that. If you have the win, take it.
Yeah.
I mean, If nothing else, you can readjust for game 3.
Yeah. I mean,
You know what? Let's add a cool little catch name for Paul here. Jundinator. Let's do that. Boom.
all right.
I like
it.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to get his last name, so we're going to give him one.
There we go.
Okay. So, heading into game 3, Jund on the play again. A pretty significant advantage for a deck that has that discard suite.
Yep.
Though, graveyard-based deck, hopefully there are other cards that he actually wants to hit as opposed to just a handful of that Madness and Vengevines, which is not what you were looking to see.
Man.
Unlikely, but probably, and also that gives Jund the opportunity to play out that turn 1 Death Threat Shaman
Yep.
and really start getting into the engine of that Kolaghan's Command, Lilion of the Veil, onto that turn 2 before Luke even has his turn 2.
And,
Going to be an extremely powerful.
yeah, looking at
start.
the hands here. A Maze of Ith out of Luke, Force of Will.
Let's
Doing
see.
some interesting denial. Got a Hymn to Turok, a couple of fetches.
A Tarmogoyf as well in Paul's hand.
Alright.
So a fetch, probably again going to be going for that Bayou is what we can expect. And actually
The
going for a
Badlands,
Badlands. So
I think I
has
saw-
the other fetch in hand, maybe just expecting to need that red source early on.
I think I saw a Lightning Bolt in his opener. So, how did you just fetch it and passed, though?
Yep, you're right. That is a bolt, and that is going to mean that if he fetches for using that Bloodstained Mire for maybe a Bayou next turn, that enables the Abrupt Decay, the Bolt, the Tarmogoyf, so many other things.
Yeah, so if we see, looks like it's going to be a turn 1 Noble Hierarch. That gives Paul an easy bolt target.
And that was off of a tropical island, and both players now at parity, both in mana and board state.
And there it is.
And that's a trade that you take every day. Bolt the bird. It's a saying for a reason. Okay, and actually just a Bayou in hand.
Alright.
Into a
Hymn
Hymn
to
to Turok.
Alright. Kill his first creature. Don't let him cast the second and third. Seems fine.
Paul seems to be off to an excellent start here.
Oh, certainly. Alright. And what do we get?
And Maze of Ith, and not sure what that other card was, unfortunately. It looks to be like an older blue card.
Yeah, Breakthrough, maybe?
Ooh, okay.
Can't say for certain.
Breakthrough seems pretty likely.
Please correct me if I don't actually know what I'm saying, chat. Oh,
Looks like it could be a breakthrough.
fingers crossed. I mean, it is kind of what we're looking for.
Not the old school art. It
No,
would be the newer art for that.
conspiracy. I'm going to
Okay.
draw 4 cards and hold X is an easy way to look at a lot of new cards and discard.
Okay, so it wasn't
Okay,
breakthrough.
definitely not.
Not
Oh,
quite
I'm
sure
sorry,
what it
you
was.
guys.
Apologies there. So we've got a fetch heading down to 18 and going to be going for another Bayou.
Yep.
So at that 3 mana slot, we know that he has a Thoughtseize and a Tarmogoyf in hand.
3 mana double green. He's going for Sorcerer Crucifix.
I'm expecting a Thoughtseize.
0 Taze out of the week.
Probably a Thoughtseize into a Tarmogoyf
Yeah.
is my guess to start
That
applying that
seems
pressure.
perfectly fine. Well, Force of Will, it's an easy choice, and that gives Luke a really depressing little hand there. 3 land.
could you go mention that he fetched twice? He should be at 16.
Will do.
And I think they might be fixing it.
No, he's got a Goyf dice.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Alright.
Man, look at us, the regulators.
Yeah, actually doing our job.
Woohoo! And we've got a fetch with a spacing on the name at the moment.
Tundra.
Going for a Tundra.
Windswept Heath.
Thank you, with a Windswept Heath. Man, I'm primarily a modern player. I should know these things. It just
It's even the new art, man.
exited from my mind in the swiftest of fashions. But a 4/5 Tarmogoyf on the field.
Oh, looks like...
Excellent source of pressure.
Is that a Tarmogoyf that Luke just drew of his own?
Tarmogoyf fights are always the best fights,
Oh,
but
I suppose not.
doesn't appear to be.
Well,
Looks
no.
like a Sylvan Library, possibly with the newer art one, and maybe a Vengevine?
Oh.
Looks like a Vengevine to me. And interesting. Well,
Oh,
there
it
was
probably
a, there was a second Tarmogoyf on the field, I can tell you, or in hand, but it wasn't that player. So, we have got now our 4th mana achieved, and I think we're going to be seeing that
It
Vengevine.
was the Vengevine.
And we also have a Careful Study in hand. So Luke now has to decide if he's prioritizing that Careful Study, trying to draw into some answers, which I think that Vengevine isn't going to do enough. So that
No.
Careful Study, really looking for answers.
And there is one.
That Swords to Plowshares is going to be at least enough to slow it down, and not pitching the Vengevine, interestingly
Well,
enough.
he has no other creatures to cast, and he's not going to be seeing 2 creatures to cast fast enough. So, you know, if he's able to... You know, we see Paul tapping down both of his Goyfs in combat. Oh, and that hurts. Taking Luke off of his 4th mana.
And also his 2nd green.
Yep.
So even...
Well, it's Savannah and Forest is giving him double green there.
Oh, that is a Savannah. Okay.
Alright, and seeing one of the Goyfs getting swords. So if Luke is able to draw into any land here, he can start swinging back. Unfortunately, this is not a race he's winning right now.
So an 8-point swing, any way you look at it, unfortunately instead of... But for Luke, at least giving his opponent 4 as opposed to taking 4.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at there? Is that...
Okay.
I'm actually not sure what that is. Are you willing to
Neither am
take a
I.
quick look out and read that card?
Yeah.
Thank you. And we're going to be seeing a Liliana hit the battlefield. Okay. And it looks like enough pressure applied at that point, both players picking up their games. Oh, okay. Okay, that is an Aquamoeba. It was an Aquamoeba?
Yes. Alright. Stream already beat me to it.
Man, you guys are amazing.
Ah.
Thanks, stream. So, an Aquamoeba was on the battlefield, got removed by Liliana of the Veil, and we saw Luke pick up the cards. The win going to Paul.
Yep.
Excellent. About 10 minutes left. I hate to do it again to you, Joe, but are you willing to see if you can find us another match?
Certainly can.
Alright. So, stick around with us for just a moment. We're going to be trying to find another match for this, possibly a Game 3 to move forward. In the meantime, I'm going to take it up to myself and where Joe will be, and I will tell you a bit about our stream for those of you just joining, so I'll see you in just a moment. Hello and thank you for joining us. My name is TJ. Joe is my wonderful co-host who is not here at this moment. He is out trying to find another match to get on camera for all of you. In the meantime, we are streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Going to be having 4 rounds of Legacy tonight. We have got 12 players and I think 12 different decks, maybe 11, but I don't think that there's a whole lot of repeat. So should be able to get a nice little bit of diversity. Otherwise, if you have not joined us before, please feel free to give us any questions, comments, and feedback in that chat. It is something that we're always looking to improve this stream however that we can, though we are operating with a budget of less than 0. But so far, trying to get some things working with it. But should be a blast. We like interacting with this chat, and feel free to hit that follow button because we do this 3 times a week.
Alright, looks like there's not really anything else we can easily shift onto the stream, so it's just gonna be us.
Okay. So, is everyone pretty much on game 3 at this point?
Yeah, I think there's one match still going on, and they're pretty heavily entrenched in game 3.
Okay, so should be heading into round 2 at least fairly...
Pretty soon.
Yeah, you said that they've well into the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have asked them to move, but there was too much in the board.
Yeah, normally
Would
it's
have been a
just
mess.
trying to get between games. So,
Yeah.
in the meantime, we're just going to be here talking to you guys about some stuff. So if you do have any questions or things that you would like us to discuss, please feel free to let us know as we wait for round 2. Please do stick around. We are going to have another 3 rounds of Magic. And if you do have something for us, just put @Geek Fortress in your question, comment, concern, feedback, pretty much whatever you got.
Yep.
And that just highlights it for our attention. In the meantime, congratulations to Doro for going 3-0. I'm going to assume that you were playing your Gristlebrand Reanimator deck, so nice job. It's always fun to see Gristlebrand, especially outside of Legacy, because in Legacy it's certainly a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
I know that Reanimator is in the room tonight.
Yep.
What cards do we want to see in Eternal Masters?
Yeah, and I think this also can be something the chat can contribute to. I think we asked this at the beginning, but looks like a lot of new faces have shown up since then. So feel free to chime in the chat, and TJ said,
I am hoping for... One person mentioned Imperial Recruiter, which I like a lot. Previously, mine was Chain Lightning, is one that I would like to see.
and Price.
And Price of Progress. But that's, as a predominantly burn player,
Right.
that's just kind of where I sit, and those are some cards that I'd like to see coming back. What else have you got?
What else would I like to see?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know.
Not Corrupted Court Official, I can tell you that.
Oh, I don't know, man. That would get me foil Corrupt Court Officials. That would be pretty styling. As long as they don't change the art. Gotta keep it classic.
Does Reality Smasher prevent stuff like Big Game Hunter and Shriekmaw? It does mean that you will have to discard a card as well. Reality Smasher has the ability that whenever you target it with a spell or ability, you have to discard a card in addition. That does mean that if you target it with a kill spell, you can pay the madness cost for your Big Game Hunter, which you discard as the ability. So you can hit it with a swords, discard a Big Game Hunter, pay the madness cost, and bring that in to take down another creature instead. But Shriekmaw is just an ability entering, and as long as it... Okay, it is only spells, so it does not stop their abilities from targeting it.
All right.
So it is only spells that would force someone to discard a card. Potatoes versus potatoes, which I'm gonna guess. If it's just potatoes versus potatoes, then I'm gonna pretty sure that your name is a parody and that no one's gonna win that one. But good luck on your polls. Fat packs always have good luck. Other than that, Swords, Jace, Lily, Stoneforge, all would be pretty sweet.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Swords, even though, it has been printed a lot and it's not, prohibitively expensive, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely a popular card. Swords to Plowshares, Lightning Bolt.
Stoneforge.
All format staple.
Lily and Jace, I'm a little bit unsure of. I do think that at least one of those two will be in there.
Yeah, I mean, they are quite expensive, but they're not particularly old, and I think that's really what the sets are going for. But I'm sure they will blend in some of the newer cards, just potentially not both Liliana of the Veil and Jace Mind Sculptor.
Though that wouldn't be a bad idea as far as a price thing. Though,
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see if this Eternal Masters follows the trend of Modern Masters, the original, where they weren't prepared for the quantity of
And
people
all
looking
they
for
did
it.
was spike everything.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay. So it is potatoes versus potatoes. Well, I say potatoes. Do you say potatoes?
No, it's potatoes usually.
Oh, well, potatoes wins.
Alright, there you go.
Now you're just potatoes.
Oh, Swords isn't Sword of Fire and Ice. I wouldn't expect it, since they just had it in Modern Masters.
That would be an interesting reprint, though I think more than anything, a Jitte would be more likely as kind of the big equipment that they bring back.
Yeah, Jitte is a very popular legacy card. I'd be, less surprised to see that than another reprint of Fire and Ice.
How about Counterbalance? And I think possibly Counterbalance and the top could both
That
make
could be
an
interesting.
appearance.
I don't know if that's really something they want to support, though. Let's encourage people to build a deck that tries to go to time. might not be something they're encouraging people to play.
Yeah.
But also, slowly crashing. I like your style. I was gonna say Chains of Mephistopheles myself, but I didn't want to, make any new enemies that fast.
For NPAC, that spoiler list, I'm going to assume that it's the one that circulated a lot, which looked like it was almost like an iPhone Notes application, and that was confirmed to be very, very, very fake. But also the list there, I mean, the EV, someone's posted a full list of, all the rares, and the EV of that set would just be insane.
Oh, yeah.
Based on, at least the one that I saw.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Will there be expeditions in the next set? They have not said so, but I also think that it's unlikely because that was a very Zendikar thing to have the hidden treasures, or I think, do you remember what they were called exactly? But they had something in the original Zendikar.
Yeah, and Zendikar also just being a very lands-based plane and the sets that accompany it, I don't think we're going to see anything expedition-y moving forward. The little publicity stunt, and now they're just going to go back to normal sets again. Mm-hmm. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and for Habser, did they print all the swords? No, they just did 2 of them. They did Light and Shadow.
Light and Shadow and Fire and Ice, the original 2 swords.
Yep.
I think, again, that's probably a timing thing with the amount of time that had elapsed since the original printing. Fire and Ice and Light and Shadow coming out with original Mirrodin, and the other 3 all being in Scars block. I think that's one reason for the more recent reprint.
Yeah. But Chain Lightning and Price of Progress, definitely my 2 picks. If I only get to pick one, Chain Lightning. That card's sweet. And, if they want to put a common again, big plus. I would love to just draft tons of Chain Lightning and Lightning Bolts and live the dream.
Sounds fun.
That card's sweet.
Yeah, that would certainly be solid in the draft. And I guess that is something they're going to have to work on balancing, is make sure, it stays cohesive as a draft format, since that seemed to be really popular with the Modern Master sets.
Yeah, certainly was, and it's both a good thing and a bad thing, in that it really gives them a reason to make them, is that they can turn it into a draft format, and that sells a lot of packs, which is great from a business perspective of motivating them.
Yep.
But also means that it's filled with a lot of things that we are particularly thrilled about.
Right. Keeping a good balanced draft doesn't mean keeping a good set that every card is something that the players want. There's just a lot of things that, I drafted this. This is a really nice coaster.
Okay. Prediction of Cascade. Cascade would be a pretty cool mechanic to bring back.
It is.
You get Maelstrom Wander for a commander. Dora bringing up a really good point for that, since this is for more than just Legacy, which is why they're calling it Eternal Masters. They're going to be including stuff for commander, for the casual. Some Pauper stuff, I think, is at least a concern of theirs.
Okay.
So, I like that idea a lot. You're able to get Baleful Strix, possibly Bloodbraid Elf, both cards that could easily see a reprint. Maybe not both, but certainly Baleful Strix would be a nice one.
Oh, man.
Or Shardless.
Foil Baleful Strix.
I meant Shardless Agent, by the way, when I was saying Baleful Strix.
Baleful Strix.
But I would like to see Baleful Strix as well.
Oh, love that card. Too sweet.
The things that come from Oath, the Eldrazi, and there's lots of them. Other than that, Expeditions, very good.
But very unlikely to pull.
Thought Not Seer, Reality Smasher, Eldrazi Mimic, all of those are very good. But I'm going to assume that, Warping Well. Warping Well is sweet in Legacy.
Yeah,
that's been having a whole lot of fun. I don't think that Shadow is going to be coming back as a mechanic.
Oh, please bring Shadow back.
Okay. I bet you're going to call for the Rise of Horsemanship as well.
And Bushido and Rampage.
Bushido, they have said, will probably be coming back, but with a different name.
Oh.
Yeah. That and Ninjutsu, they both like as mechanics.
I really do like Ninjutsu. That's a fun mechanic.
But unfortunately, the name makes it really hard to put into sets. Because they're very Japanese lore and mythology based.
That's very true.
Well, not even mythology, but culture based.
Yeah.
And so you pretty much have to have a plane or a setting that allows for it.
That's true.
I think they have been looking at renaming those.
So I told Eli he could have round 2. So Eli is playing Reanimator versus me.
And what are you on?
Dredge.
Where are you guys seated?
Oh, sorry.
You're against the wall?
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Well, Dylan, it's gonna beat you anyways.
He's gonna destroy me.
Yeah.
So, we have a fun round 2, and what we are going to see is people getting punished for playing decks.
Yep. So, I believe round 2, we're going to be seeing Reanimator beating Dredge, maybe in 3, very possibly just in 2. Should be a pretty fast round, but fun to watch. let's give it a go.
And it also means that we can get some other decks up there. So,
Yeah.
Reanimator, in the hands of Eli, who is going to be on the left, going up against Dredge in the hands of Dylan Jupp, our store owner.
And the actual owner of this Reanimator deck.
And the owner of the Reanimator deck, so he's going to be getting beat by his own stuff. So, certainly, let's all be at least nice to the guy who allows us to set up shop back here and to take all kinds of resources so that I can have fun talking to you guys.
Or rag on him while he's not looking. Either way.
Hey, sometimes we can assume that he doesn't check. Anyway,
While he's playing.
let's head on down to the match. Here we are getting started in round 2 of 4. It's going to be a good night. See you down there. Okay. What were round 1's decks?
Like the ones we had on stream or just in general?
I think the ones that we had on stream, which was Bant, which seemed to be almost a madness deck, going up against Jund and punishing Jund, which ended up taking the win.
Yep.
And Strifo, absolutely. Reanimator, going to be having a very good time against this Dredge deck.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to assume that Elish Norn ends up playing a pretty decent role.
Pretty decent automatic win. You get no zombies, you get no Narcomoebas, and you can't play the rest of your deck now.
So if you are Dredge, what is your strategy? And is your strategy just
Win faster.
I hope that they don't have it?
I think so. I mean, Dredge does have access to Cabal therapies, but I think really the way Dredge wins this match is by Reanimator not having counter magic and Dredge being faster. I think that's all they can really hope for here.
Both of which not super likely.
Mm-hmm.
Iona, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd take Elish Norn if you had the option.
Oh, for sure. Given the opportunity, I believe... Strifo, please correct me if I'm wrong, as you know this deck a touch better than I do. You're going to want to go for Elish Norn first here. But, most of what you have access to is still going to be solid. Gristlebrand to just draw you into any other responses. Iona does stop Dredge from doing a lot of what it wants to, but they still get all of their activated abilities, which is most of what they win with.
And trigger.
Yeah, activated and triggered. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we are going to be seeing a 6 out of Reanimator, which, as far as Dylan's game plan goes, is a good start. Actually, that's a 5.
Oof, already down to 5 there.
So this is perfectly in line with Dylan's game plan, which is to see Eli...
Get lucky.
Yeah. And going down to 4.
Oh, still, Eli's got a chance. If he gets lucky enough, he can go down to a 3 with a guaranteed turn 2 win in this game.
I mean, it is... Oh, and revealing cards from the deck.
Oh.
What are the odds of a blue deck playing Brainstorm?
Everyone's surprised.
Everyone is surprised. Really, the only surprise at that point is the art that they chose. That's the only thing that you can learn from seeing someone's Brainstorm. It's not what they're on.
Which are at least one of their Brainstorms is. They could be going stylish and just do a total mismatch spread.
Seeing the Brainstorm pretty much tells you that they are one of the 60% of decks in Legacy.
Yep.
And, yeah. So, we are down to a 4. I think I actually really kind of keel before I saw at least lands and spells, which...
Yeah, he's got him land. He's in a good place. All right, Dredge with an early...
That is Breakthrough.
Yeah, okay. That original Breakthrough.
Yep.
I can say it this time.
So a Breakthrough out of Dredge.
What X is he paying?
No kidding.
Oh, certainly a nice opener there. Seeing 2 bridges, Icarid, Stinkweed Imp, and Careful Study, another Breakthrough. A lot going on there.
Yeah, I mean, and a City of Brass, so down to 19 as the only land. But a pretty solid start as far as Dredge goes. Mm-hmm. Okay. So
I wouldn't say Dredge won yet.
I mean, we have a Stinkweed Imp, so that's going to be nice, but we haven't seen any of the beer.
If Eli's holding a Reanimate, he won.
Wow. I mean,
That's where we're at right now.
if there's a reanimate, definitely. Even just a land and then but with 2 cards in hand, I mean, he's running what,
Really?
10 of the reanimation spells?
I believe so. So
Maybe
he's got
9.
a land and a reanimation spell. He's golden.
So this is
Swamp and Tomb reanimate. All right, then yeah, reanimate 1. Take that, Dredge. That I've had someone mull to 3 to keep that hand against me, and it hurts.
oh my goodness. I mean, it just doesn't get any better.
Yeah.
Alright. So, that is the Icarid, yeah?
Yep. So we're seeing the Exile and the Stinkweed Imp to get the Icarid. Gets a quick swing in there. When it dies, it generate 2 zombies off of the Bridge from Below's, and then Dredge concedes immediately when the Elish Norn is reanimated.
Mm-hmm.
Put up a good fight, but effectively did nothing.
Hooray! What a great way to look at it. And we've got the 2 bridges happening.
Yep.
Gonna be going for some of those tokens, which I set up a token box. Very exciting.
And they're still just being lazy about it.
What? The tokens?
Out over there.
Oh. Alright, you talk about it. I'm gonna go get the token box.
Oh no, don't leave me all alone. Hey guys. Alright, so TJ ran off to go get them some more official tokens. And looks like we're going to be going to game 2 really fast here. Oh, or I just wasn't paying attention. And reanimate gone. Alright, so that definitely does give Dredge an edge in this match here. No, I wish we could say that the reanimate player won, but oof. Dredge drawing his Narcomoeba is down to just double zombie beats. Certainly is a clock, but gives Reanimator plenty of time to pull out of it. Let's see what we've got going on here. Just the single swamp cuts him off of any cantrips he draws, but the minute he draws a Reanimate, he's back in the game. Alright, land gets him up to his blue mana. 12. Oh, looks like we need to keep life total updated here. Okay. I'm not just going for his Underground Sea. Oh, so he is. But hand cams. That is a wonderful question. I heard they were here earlier in the week. I think they were removed just due to some inconvenience and whatnot. But hopefully they'll be able to get it back soon. That would be very nice if we could actually see what all's going on. Alright, Brainstorm coming out of Reanimator. Let's see if he has what he needs. Oh, looks like another Entomb Force and a Tropical Island. Fortunately, let's not get him back that Elish Norn quite yet. Oh, and TJ's back.
Sorry, I had to actually run the store since he's playing. As I was getting all the tokens, people happened to walk up to the counter, so.
Gotcha. Well, we saw the unfortunate demise of Reanimator. Got his Reanimate discarded.
Ooh.
So, unfortunately, Dredge doesn't really have much going on. Since he exiled his Stinkweed Imp for that Icarid, he's now just on the zombie beat plan. You know, gives himself a solid clock, but gives Reanimate plenty of time to try and draw out as well.
And a pretty interesting choice.
And that was a little bit of a mistake there from Dredge. That should be at 17. Just let his dice roll.
Alright. So, a Narcomoeba. Is that a hard casting of a Narcomoeba?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what did we see take down the Reanimate? Was it the Cabal?
I unfortunately was not looking at the time. I would assume a Cabal Therapy as a means of sacrificing his Icarid.
Interesting.
And that would explain why there's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, the Entomb for a free shuffle there would have been nice, but probably wasn't thinking quite that far ahead. Entombing now, probably just for Crystal Brand, just another potential threat.
I mean, you know, let's just fill up our graveyard with all kinds of things, and since the Elish Norn is already in there, looks like just going for that Gristlebrand.
Yep.
So, those City of Brass dealing a little bit of damage. Other than that, we have an Entomb that is putting plenty of cards in there, but and of course, Disentomb shows up before Entomb when you type Entomb.
Oh, the alphabet.
Hooray for the wonders of the information superhighway that we call the internet.
Yep.
Man, you look like you're like fading into the forest. Oh no!
Alright.
Bigfoot got him. We do live in Washington.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And we've got a Brainstorm from Eli, still looking for any kind of reanimation effect. Doesn't look like Dylan has the means to exile that Elish Norn.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, it's can Eli survive to
Back up.
cast it?
What are we doing here? What's going on with the Eyes Lands?
Not quite sure.
I guess he's waiting on the Brainstorm.
Alright.
Okay, and taking those beats. The second Narcomoeba.
And heading...
The most threats.
Wow. Narcomoeba really pulling some weight there.
The completely unnecessary second Narcomoeba.
I mean...
even if Eli throws down a...
It's flying. It can block an Iona.
It is. But we're going to see the Elish Norn. Ooh, although Eli is now in the range where Reanimate is not going to cut it, he does need to get an Exhume or Animate Dead. And there it is. There's the Animate Dead. And, alright. And the Exhume.
He just doesn't get any better.
Yeah, Strifo, I generally agree, but I think there's some merit to what he's doing, just since he does need the double mana to cast his Reanimate spell he's drawing. He does need to make sure that he is able to draw and resolve his win con. I generally do like main storms, but it did help him here.
Okay.
So, don't even look. It doesn't matter. Cast Entomb and win.
Man.
Or, excuse me, cast Exhume and win.
Sometimes people tell me Reanimator takes a ton of skill to win with. And,
It can.
and
This
then-
match in particular. It's how quickly can you Elish Norn?
You turn to a Gristlebrand and call it a day. I mean, you go get a snack between rounds. The hardest choice in this deck is figuring out what snack you want. This is coming from a Burn player. What am I even saying?
The hardest part about playing Burn is figuring out what to do with the other 45 minutes.
Okay, nice. I like that. I like that. I should put that on a t-shirt.
There you go.
So, Elish Norn coming in against this Dredge deck. And, well, I'm not really sure if you guys
well
are...
enough to just concede.
Yeah. I mean, he knows it's his own deck that he's losing to.
Yep.
So, it's certainly nothing new to him to see what's about to happen. So that Elish Norn, wiping the board, pretty much eliminates any chance that Dylan has of... I don't think that there's anything in there that can beat an Elish Norn, to my knowledge.
No.
I mean, maybe hard casting a massive Golgari Grave Troll?
I mean, if he gets
9?
lucky and can get a big Grave Troll on a Exhume, he might be able to, smash through it. But realistically, Reanimator should be winning faster than that.
Alright. Would not have done Elish. Interesting. Okay, so Eli taking game one. What kind of sideboard can we expect from Dredge? Are you familiar with the Dredge deck?
Oh, I think we can see a bit more discard coming out of Dredge. Can't say I'm horribly familiar with Mana Dredge, especially.
Let me help out.
Yeah, if you could
Boom.
be so kind.
So, things that we could be seeing coming out. Blazing Archon, maybe, but seems unlikely.
Yeah, probably not.
Chain of Vapor?
Yeah.
Chain of Vapor?
Vapor's good. If
Really
you
good
put
one.
his Reanimate targets back in his hand, he's going to have a bit more trouble getting rid of them again.
How about Firestorm?
Ooh, I'm going to say no. He generally isn't going to have enough cards to get enough value out of Firestorm. It's not going to kill an Elish Norn.
And how a Pithing Needle, maybe?
Pithing Needle shuts off Gristlebrand, but if he's got his Gristlebrand in play, he draws in response to the cast, and just beats him.
And it looks like some of them also bringing in Iona occasionally.
Iona's certainly an interesting choice. we're not looking at their actual sideboards. We're looking at other sideboards for these archetypes.
Yeah, we are totally guessing.
Yep.
But thank you for responding as if we were. We do try and sound professional. Other than that, I see one deck is running an Ancestors Chosen.
What is this?
I mean, it's not great in this, but it's still sweet.
Oh, that's just funny.
So yeah, we are using the data available to us, which is the internet, which is a lot.
Yeah.
And a turn 1 Faithless Looting off of a City of Brass for Dylan.
Certainly not bad. It's always nice to have your dredge ready to go when you're resolving your looting, but turn 1 loot, set yourself up, certainly not bad.
Looks like a Golgari Thug and a Bridge from Below. Now, unfortunately, Graveyard Order matters in this deck, so having to be particularly careful.
Yep. And, yeah, Strifo certainly knows what he's talking about here. Any sort of grave hate that Dredge can provide that doesn't just hose itself is going to be its best bet here, and that really depends on what Dylan gave himself access to in the sideboard.
Absolutely. Alright.
Oh, Tidespout Tyrant, always a fun card. We see Reanimator pitching to his Careful Study.
Other than that...
Cute little mirrored turn 1s here.
So using Careful Study in the way that Strifo would advocate, which is using it to get the creature into the graveyard, not to dig.
Right.
Okay. So, a Narcomoeba, one of the first cards, a Stinkweed Imp, looks like a newer Breakthrough, and another Stinkweed Imp.
I've seen a Cephalid Coliseum out of Dredge, always fun. A lot of draw going on there. And yes, that is a City of Brass in play.
Okay, so another Breakthrough entering the graveyard.
It's like being cast for 0.
Possibly? Okay, yeah, he did tap that City of Brass, so he'll be going down to 18, casting a Breakthrough, and going to be dredging.
Ooh. Oh, Dylan, do it right.
Okay. Now, isn't it that those don't actually hit until you finish?
Yes, the trigger doesn't get to go on the stack until you gain priority. So technically that Narcomoeba is not in play yet, and Dylan also gets to choose the order of his cards entering the graveyard off of each set of Dredge, not just putting them in one at a time as he's doing. However, I think for this deck that's not going to be highly essential because I don't believe it plays the Nether Shadow that cares about graveyard order.
Matters a lot more in the manaless Dredge.
Yes.
But still, good thing to know.
It's just a nice little trivia bit.
Dylan, if you're watching this later,
do it right.
Now, he is normally the Reanimator player, so he may not even be
Yeah.
aware of this. So we'll
true.
give a little bit of a... We'll give a little bit of a better... We'll give him a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so seeing the immediate rediscard of all these Dredgers, the 2 Narcomoebas he unfortunately drew into, and a Faithless Looting, which he doesn't have the mana yet, but probably eventually is not going to get the mana up, because at this point he just wants to continue to dredge.
Okay.
What are we calling it?
I think they're talking about your comment.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, one of those Narcomoebas getting sacrificed to a Cabal Therapy, and we are going to be seeing a name off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, a lot of these lists actually run 4 City of Brass and 1 Mana Confluence. I think the only difference is that technically you can respond to the trigger of City of Brass, but then again, it is significantly worse against Rishadanport.
Yes. Alright. Would have been nice to know what he was naming there with that first therapy.
My guess is Force of Will, and since we didn't see any in the hand, that seems like a reasonable guess
also
to me.
possible Reanimate.
Mm-hmm. So, I think since they'll have Summoning Sickness, we currently have 6 of these zombies, though there are, I think, 10 of them in the box, but you know what, we'll get past that. Okay. We have got the Narcomoebas in there, 6/2/2 zombies, so a decent amount of pressure, and...
Seeing a quick Dread return, going for a large Grave Troll just to start beating face.
I like this.
Yeah, that also gives him an out around Elish Norn.
Which, important.
Yes, as we saw last game.
So that Golgari Grave Troll entering as an 11/11 actually still outclasses an Elish Norn, even once it hits the battlefield, as a 9/9 going up against a 4/7.
Yep.
So,
All right.
3 of these zombies and a massive Golgari Grave Troll. Actually, game 2 looking good for Eli.
You mean Dylan?
Yes. Yes, I did mean for Dylan.
Eli still definitely does have an out, though, in the fact that if he's able to get his Tide... Oh, I guess he's just calling it in.
All right.
Tidespout Tyrant certainly would have done a lot of work for him there. If you just put the Grave Troll back into Dylan's hand, that nice and tidily takes care of it as a threat, but...
Looks like just choosing to pick his battles, go to game 3, be on the play, and maybe just not draw it out.
Mm-hmm.
But also, both of these players not as experienced with their deck of choice as they could be.
Very true.
Eli been playing Dylan's Reanimator deck a decent amount over the course of maybe the last month. Been playing it whenever he can, so getting better certainly, but not intimately familiar with this deck and all of its outs and all of its small synergies and possibilities.
Right.
A similar thing happening with Dylan at this point in the match as well. Both both of them very aware of the mechanics within the deck.
Right.
Maybe not their intricacies.
Mm-hmm.
As for our City of Brass and Mana Confluence, the same card, or is one better than the other? One of them is called Mana Confluence, and one of them is called City of Brass.
It looks like Strifo has a bit of commentary on the matter.
Didn't bring in Jin Cataxius, which would be... Bringing in Jin Cataxius against Dredge sounds fun.
Yeah.
I mean, drawing 7's always fun. Good.
Yeah. Pay no life, draw 7 is nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Dredge really minds not having a hand.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Oh, certainly. There are benefits to Confluence. I just, neither of those matter enough to me to particularly think one is better than the other.
Right. And in this game, in particular...
Confluence has an Expedition, though, which makes it automatically a touch better.
Does it?
I mean, are you a fan of...
Why?
Because, I mean, you gotta get out with the old and in with the new. Isn't that the entire point of Legacy?
No.
I'm raising my eyebrows. That makes it a good point. All right,
I think the point of Legacy is in with the old, never let it go until it's too degenerate and it gets banned.
And we have got an Entomb into an Elish Norn. Eli off to a fantastic start. And there's the Confluence that we are all looking for.
Oh my god, Dredge, what is this?
And 3 lines. Oh my goodness. So those Lion's Eye Diamonds all entering the battlefield. Absolutely fantastic.
And Dylan's got a Cabal Therapy here. Let's see what he's... see if he can guess. If Reanimator isn't holding a Reanimate spell right now.
Gotta name the right one.
Oh, for sure. And
And
showing 2. And the second land. This is game. Dylan...
has a Narcomoeba, has another Cabal Therapy, but doesn't
in
have the means
order
to
to
do
cast it, he's going to have to generate mana with an LED, discarding, and he's not going to have a means of casting the second Narcomoeba regardless. So
Pretty much needed to...
I think Dredge is just farting around doing what he can at this point.
I mean, I guess technically he could have named Lion's Eye Diamond. Oh no, because it's if it would be put... Is Narcomoeba, if you discard it as well, does it go to the battlefield?
If it would be put from your library to your hand.
No options there. Pretty much Dylan's out of luck. Certainly those Lion's Eye
Dylan's
Diamonds
attempting to crack his LEDs and cast instants.
Hey Josh.
I screwed up, man.
Yeah.
Those cards in the box are for you to use for mana. The large cards.
Okay.
Cool.
My goodness. This is
I
fantastic.
think Dylan was...
We opened the door and Dylan said to us, "Yep, I screwed up."
I don't think it was so much a matter of him screwing up as he can't win.
Nope.
Not mulliganing that hand might have counted as screwing up, but with what Reanimator's holding, without being able to double therapy him this turn, there's nothing Dylan can do.
Nothing. Not a thing.
So...
And look at what this, just stunning play. Sometimes you just cast turn 1 and 2.
Yep.
And then you know what you do turn 2.
You just animate dead.
You just animate
whatever
dead.
you want.
You just...
I think it would be even more insulting if Eli was able to exhume.
In the infamous words of Chase Hansen, magic's easy. It just is.
I always thought him to say magic is very hard and no one's good at it.
Of course. And actually going for
Reanimate.
a reanimate.
Well, keeps Zelish Norton as a stronger clock. Gotta keep up that imposing 4 power.
God, that's a decent point. Sometimes you just gotta speed up the clock. Alright. So, Dylan, not having many outs, going for a breakthrough, possibly just digging to see what kind of options you have. But really not sure what it is. And a Gemstone Mine with 3 counters on it, going down to 18 for that Mana Confluence. Casting another Cabal Therapy, names the Animate dead, gets to look at the other cards in hand, but nothing.
There's nothing he can do here.
Nope. Okay.
I guess casting his breakthrough.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of reason not to. You still can't win.
He gets here, yeah. Womp womp.
And, yeah, nothing happening, and we're just going to see him pass the turn into an Elish Norn, which is going to start dealing damage.
I mean, if Dylan had a Perforos in play, not a real Dredge card, then he'd be getting some serious value every time a Narc Amiibo or eventually a zombie token off Bridge came into play. That's still an easy way to get damage through behind Elish Norn, but also not a real out for any respectable deck.
Says the guy who plays Zombardment on a regular basis.
The only deck to actually attempt playing Perforos competitively in Legacy. And the only reason I know that that's a legitimate interaction in this match.
Alright, so getting more cards, another breakthrough, a careful study, an Icarid, but none of these things that can...
Nothing that matters.
Yeah.
I think they know that the game is over and they have plenty of time.
Looks like just actually cracking the Golgari Grave Troll just to get the Golgari... Or cracking the diamond to get the Golgari Grave Troll in there. And I think casting a Faithless Looting to Dredge.
Well, the breakthrough should throw the troll back in the yard. If he casts breakthrough with X is 0, he'll...
I think he cracked a Lion's Eye Diamond to cast to flashback the Faithless Looting.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
I was still stuck on breakthroughs.
Okay.
And, yeah, the nice thing, going back to the chat since this game's already done,
Pretty close
Rest
to
in
it.
Peace is a nice thing for Reanimator because they can Abrupt Decay it. The trouble with Leyline is that you have a much more limited response available to you, but Rest in Peace, Abrupt Decay is an uncounterable, easy out.
Mm-hmm. Leyline of the Void does not get hit by Abrupt Decay. Fun fact.
Doesn't hit Abrupt Decay, doesn't hit you.
Pretty
Overall,
much
very
just
strong.
Chain of Vapor? Is that the card?
Generator,
Is that the name of it?
Echoing Truth maybe. I'm not sure if that's actually a card that people play out of Reanimator.
I don't know.
I want to say, Chase, please correct me as I'm talking about your deck. I believe Chase plays Echoing Truth. It does help against token strategies, Storm and whatnot.
Okay. Now, would you like to do me the honors?
Yes, I will be right back.
Excellent. So, Eli taking game 3 against Dylan, who is on Dredge, in a pretty decisive game there. Otherwise, right now, Joe, my fantastic co-host, currently working on getting another match up and running for you all. Okay. In the meantime, as always, and I will say hello to all the people joining us. So I'll see you back in the booth in just a moment. Hello, and thank you for joining us here for 4 rounds of Legacy here from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Joe,
Right.
my fantastic co-host, back with some
They
news.
already took care of it for us. It will be Jason West versus, and this is horrendously embarrassing for me, Tyler that we had round 1, not Luke. I'm the worst with names.
Oh, and what was that last name?
Dryden? Bryden, I believe. I got that down.
Okay, and Tyler still on the Bant Vine.
Yep, and Jason on a Rug Delver.
Okay. So, Rug Delver versus Bant Vine, both kind of a tempo-y deck, both running Dazes, Force Wheels, things like that, and having a creature-based strategy. Which one is going to get your edge as they head into what I assume is Game 3?
Game 2.
Who got Game 1?
I believe Jason said it was him.
Okay, excellent. Then I'm going to give Jason the up.
Yeah, I mean...
Based on the past.
Sounds like Jason's in a good place. It does allow Bant Vine to get value out of his Dazes, so it gives him a slightly broader counter package. Overall, though, I feel like from what we've seen, just in general, the Delver is going to have the faster early game, with Bant Vine having a bit more solid mid and late game, but, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Let's find out. See you down there. Okay, so both players getting ready for Game 2 here. Tyler going to be on the play. Excellent. I'm glad. When we first put on that transition, apparently it was too loud, and I've tried to fix that, so the fact that you guys are saying that it's good and not too loud is wonderful and exactly what I was looking for, so thank you all.
Oh, Jason, gotta love the way you're showing us your hand. That makes everything easier.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 3 lands. What
Force of Will, Ponder, Spell Pierce, and
not sure what that final
Stifle,
cost.
I believe, hiding at the back there.
Is that the new art for Stifle? Excellent.
Not quite as stylish as the original, but it's not bad on its own.
Stiflish. Leshazior, I'm not quite sure what you are saying, but you put a kappa at the end of it, so I'm going to assume that I don't need to respond to it, which I just did. Alright, and what I believe is a Tundra?
Yep.
Tundra from Tyler, going into a turn 1 Careful Study.
Tundra, one of the instantly recognizable, totally not bland and samey dual lands we see coming out of all the Legacy decks. My favorite distinctive art being Savannah and Scrubland. I love the attention to detail and just the activity you see in those landscapes.
If someone could add a kappa to the chat just for Joe, that would be great. And we are discarding a land and a Vengevine from Tyler's side of the field.
Alright, and that Vengevine is really what we want Tyler to be discarding here. I think the only thing that would top it would be if you had a 2 lands, could Careful Study his Vengevine and a Basking Root Walla, and then just throw down a Noble Hierarch. I think that would be a pretty solid turn 2 for him.
Delightfully, that kappa kind of looks like you.
Which one?
And we have got a Stifle on that Flooded Strand from Jason. So, paying the 1 life and not getting any value out of that.
Oh, the 1 blue instant speed wasteland.
Absolutely.
Everyone's favorite.
So that Stifle putting in some good work against that, keeping Tyler on only a single land. And I think he has a Jitte, Sylvan Library, and a Jason hand. So really that turn 2 was going to be pretty critical for him.
Oh, yeah. And this, I think, is why we're going to see Delver being favored here.
Alright. And a Tarmogoyf in hand. Probably going to be just dropping that to start applying some pressure.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And the size, we've got instant, creature, sorcery, and land. So a 4/5, I believe.
Oof.
Which is a pretty good one, especially at this point in the game to start applying that pressure.
And fights that Vengevine quite handily.
Being a 4/3.
Yep, taking it
point.
down, trading in, pure favor. Alright, getting his fetches off while Rug Delver players tap down. No surprise stifles here this time.
He held out that one, and so I think I saw him gesturing just to make sure.
Yeah.
So going for a tropical island.
Trying to dodge the double Spirit Guide Manamorphose Trick Bind. One of my personal favorite plays.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And we've got the Sylvan Library coming down. At this point, we find out if Jason is going to prioritize that with his Force of Will or whatever comes off of that. And I think at this point, do you just let it resolve and wait to see some more threats? Because right now...
It looks like it, yeah. It does allow Tyler to filter his draws and potentially, get him ahead in the game in that way. But in and of itself, that Sylvan Library isn't a threat. And Jason, with the current board state, is winning, so if he can just maintain the status quo, he's got this game quite tidily. And I think that's what he's looking for.
Also, if you do me another favor, there have been 3 fetches. And okay, they are actually verifying that right now. Perfect. We got it. So, Sylvan Library out, going to be taking a look at that. And right now, really a 3-turn clock, technically a 4-turn clock, but if there's no extra 1 source of damage, then I'll be fairly surprised over the course of 3 turns, whether it be fetch or some other creature from Jason. So, on a pretty short clock, and this Sylvan Library giving him a lot of opportunity to dig, but needs to get...
He's not really seeing much.
Some really...
Not letting us see much either, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, a force of will of his own that would let him get into a counterfight, though Jason does have a Spell Pierce in hand, which could really put him over the top in a fight like that.
So we're keeping another land here, and yeah, that Spell Pierce is probably going to be doing a lot of work right now. Whatever Tyler tries to cast, unless it is just that Jace coming down.
And we have a Scrubland. Ooh, and an Umazawa's Jitte. I think that we are going to be seeing that Spell Pierce fire off.
I would believe you're right. Yep. And as we were talking about earlier, that is the ever distinctive Savannah. Looks barely at all like a Scrubland, other than the fact that they're basically the same thing.
Dang it. Umazawa's Jitte. Black Border Sylvan Library. Is that what we're going to be enamored with? Okay. Sounds good.
What about Black Border Foil Sylvan Libraries?
Live the dream.
I have one. We saw some of that around one.
And a Surgical Extraction in Jason's hand now, so he can start going for that Vengevine. Do you fire it off now, or do you kind of wait for those triggers, let him commit to a turn to really getting those out
I think we let Tyler commit, especially since we're not likely to see, instant speed creatures to retrigger.
And also Surgical does
Zeeble. Yes. Bro.
Of course.
Bro, I was there for that. I love that Scrubland.
And
for the fact that it pisses off judges.
And a Ponder from Jason after swinging for 5.
Looking nice.
Brainstorm Bolt Tarmogoyf.
I see nothing wrong with that. He's got the red mana up if he wants to fast bolt now.
The worst thing about this Brainstorm is that some of them have to go back.
Yeah, or the Ponder is that you don't just...
They have to go back.
Keeping the Brainstorm, just I suppose to dig deeper.
And maybe to draw those other 2.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Does keep them out of his hand and gives him the opportunity to draw them as he needs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Stryfo seems pretty convinced.
Yeah,
that is more than 100%.
Scrub Savannah.
Alright, so Tarmogoyf currently at 5/6, putting a lot of pressure into Tyler. Again, only 2 turns. And...
looks like we're seeing a Force of Will, a land, and we know he still has that Jace.
So a Jace coming down now. This is the Jace Vryn's Prodigy, the somewhat newer one. Been pretty popular and making waves in a lot of formats. Certainly not the newest news at this point, but news nonetheless.
Very true, very true.
And really nice for activating. It's only going to get 1 activation, but with this deck running some Madness creatures that we saw, it's going to enable a lot of those abilities.
For sure.
Though it will flip, and not many reasons to want to flip this Jace, oddly enough.
I want another Jace.
And the legendary rule is about to take over. Possibly just doing it to cast the second creature. Okay.
Alright.
Interesting. So letting the legendary rule take that and getting a 4/3, probably keeping it back as a blocker, which is the worst place that you want to be as someone controlling a Vengevine.
Sure. Yeah, and something we can see out of Jason here, he has the he will be top decking, I believe he put the lightning bolt on top, and then that gives him a means to kill one of the blockers. Might just go for the Jace here since Tyler has already gone through 2 of them. And then, oof. Alright. Looks like we're going to be...
Surgical...
I assume that's going to be thrown towards the
Dredge, the Vengevine
in response. Oh, and showing the force.
We have got Jason getting the win into... and I think we're about 10 minutes left. Do you feel like being a hero?
Yeah, I can go check and see who's still out there.
Excellent. So we're going to try and
go into a quick round 3.
Sounds good.
Ooh, fun little piece of tech out of Bantvine. Lovely little Elish Norn there. He's shown.
That is
not Elish. Elspeth, Knight Errant. Excuse me.
Elspeth, not Elish. Okay, so thank you for joining us. Looks like some of you are brand new, and I will see you in the booth in just a moment. Hello, and thank you for joining us here in round 2 from Geek Fortress. Still waiting to get another match up onto the stream, so right now I will take a quick moment to tell all of you about the fun streams that we do from this store. Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays are our regularly scheduled streams. On Wednesdays and Saturdays, it is Modern, which may not appeal to some of you as much. However, I'll tell you about it. Excuse me. On Wednesdays at 7 o'clock Pacific Time and Saturdays at 6 o'clock Pacific Time, we do Modern tournaments, which tend to be about 5 rounds as a usual. And on Fridays, the one that you are currently watching, every Friday at 7:30, we do a Legacy tournament. Usually around 4 rounds is kind of our average currently, so hoping to get that up in the meantime. But thank you for joining us. Please hit that follow button and join us every Friday if you are mainly into Legacy. Try to have a lot of fun with it.
So we have Justin Hester on Miracles up against the wall, and Donovan on Blue-Red Delver, and they want to be very clear with Jace.
That is a
Presumably
pretty...
Prodigy.
No. It is not. I can tell you that.
Oh, God. What Jace is it?
It is the exact Jace that you would expect.
Mind Sculptor?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, that's fine then.
We're going to call it Delver with Jace. And let's head on down to what I am, again, presuming is Game 3.
Yes.
Excellent.
They are our last match.
So thank you for joining us, and if you do have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, please let us know in the chat. It is always fun to interact with you guys. See you down there. So, the origin story of this Legacy deck, for those of you wondering, why is there a Jace in this Delver deck? Let's figure this out. Here's the origin story. 1 week ago today, our last Legacy tournament, Donovan himself thought to himself, I feel like putting together a Legacy deck. So he did, about half an hour before Legacy, based entirely on what he had in his binder, what he had in his cube, and what proxies he could make at that moment.
Oh my god.
So, this is a Mind Sculptor with plenty of proxies, and so it is pretty unconventional. A lot of card choices, pretty interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know that Electrolyze was in there last week.
Oh god, I remember that last week. A lot of people pretty unhappy about it.
Mm-hmm. Summon Aether. If you want to talk about brews sometime, right above his name is his Twitter handle. Send any brews to him. He is more than happy to brew with you. He is a...
Love me some brews.
Mm-hmm. And Namachili, I'm assuming that I pronounced that correctly. If I didn't, let me know sometime. But, correct. For those of you just joining us, there will be some proxy cards in this match. At our store, we don't sanction our Legacy matches.
Yep.
We open it up to proxies, any number of them, to make it to where more people can play it and try out different decks. The stipulation being that if you get... fair enough. If you get credit or if you win any prizes, you have to use that and put it towards getting those cards that you are proxying. So that is why you will start to see some things like that. Mm-hmm. From what you are aware of, are there any less common Legacy decks out there tonight?
Oh, we've been seeing the Bant...
The
Vine.
Uh-huh.
That's definitely not one of the more common ones.
This Delver is
yeah, I was going to say, if we're going to be talking specifics, this variant on Delver is not super common. Otherwise, to my knowledge, it's all fairly... I'm not sure what they're trying to communicate to us right now. I guess is Mold of 5. Otherwwise, everything is somewhat standard, not, the big top 8 kind of decks, but Miracles, other variants on Delver, I would assume, Punishing Jund, Mud, Goblins, nothing
Goblins
completely
a little
unheard of.
bit less than common,
It's
however.
less common than it used to be, but it's not, some unheard of new fringe deck.
Alright, and
It's
a
Goblins.
turn 1 Delver from Donovan, leading into a turn 1 Divining Top from Justin, who is going to be playing with his lands in front.
Like a boss.
Not my favorite thing,
I
but
love it.
at least in Legacy I might make some more concessions for it. These people are are certainly set in their ways. Okay. So, we have got a Divining Top from Justin on this Miracles deck. Certainly plays...
Nothing wrong with lands up front.
I'm certainly not a huge fan. Makes evaluating the board a little bit trickier. And what appears to be a volcanic island, certainly...
Yeah.
Let's see here. Then actually, I'll be right back if you want to continue.
Yeah, sure. I can say something.
Excellent.
Alright, so Strim, don't listen to TJ. It lands up front is 100% the way to go at all times. You have to assert your dominance and let them know you know what's up. Oh, or fine. Concede to... Oh, did you make them change?
Of course I made
I was
him
telling the
change.
stream that lands up front is the only way to play.
Because I'm the boss. I'm not the boss.
Alright, well, whatever. We have a Swift Spear off of Donovan's deck, some threats or something. Whatever.
Okay. Perfect. So, we have got this Divining Top in front, and a Monastery Swift Spear and a Delver from Donovan. So,
Seeing some quick beats.
that Brainstorm allowing it to be a swing for 5 after flipping that, Insectile Aberration, if we're going to get technical.
I guess.
And were we able to see some of those cards off of the Brainstorm?
I do not believe we were.
Okay.
Stream might have caught it, but I certainly did not.
Gotcha. So an upkeep Divining Top from Justin, keeping one of those lands tapped down. Really doesn't seem to have a whole lot of ways to respond to this board as it currently sits.
Not at the moment. I believe what he'd really like to see here is a Terminus. Unfortunately, without the mana to flip top, or to spin and flip right now.
Probably at the upkeep going to be really looking for that card.
I imagine he's going to be end step searching with his top right now, hoping to get his
He has a
top of his
Brainstorm
deck.
too.
He does. Unfortunately, we didn't see Terminus in hand. We did see an Entreat, but without the mana to really get that active.
And about
Oof.
as bad as it can get,
That hurts.
all things considered. So
That
probably
is-
going to be seeing a quick game here for Delver, putting on so much
Unfortunately,
pressure.
so-
All right. Captain, thanks for joining. If you hit that follow button, you will get a warning. Just a heads up. That just tells me that you didn't hit the follow button. Okay, so a Grim Lavamancer joining Donovan's board as well. So applying a little bit of reach. Not going to be doing a ton.
Yeah.
But also, Captain, I apologize for accusing you of not hitting the follow button. I should have known. You're such a great fan. And participant.
Yeah.
Boom. My apologies out of the way. Alright. I love that you're calling it a Thunderbird. I don't know what it is, though. So we've got a swing with a Monastery Swift Spear and a Insectile Aberration into Justin, who looks like topping in response.
Yep. I assume still, digging just a little bit lower, trying to find his Terminus or some kind of response.
Has the Elemental Blast. Looks like trying to fetch away. Still really looking to find that Terminus more than anything.
Yeah.
Otherwise, life total is going to be going precariously low,
Indeed it is.
especially with Donovan running some number of Bolt in the deck. It's
And
even
some
hard-
number of Electrolyze in the deck.
Oh, absolutely. Gotcha. It's a phone. I had no idea.
Is it?
Apparently.
Huh.
And
Oh,
the
getting
Terminus
lucky.
off of the top. Now, granted, it's really hard to say that what a lucky top deck in a deck that is designed to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
You
Alright,
know.
we're seeing that quick Lavamancer activation while it's still around.
And those creatures going to be going down to the bottom.
Yep. Well, also not necessarily super lucky when he's been looking for it for his last 4 tops.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, topped 4 times, fetched twice, so got to take a look at 3 different...
Yeah.
or possibly 4, but yeah.
Seen a lot of cards with that.
Oh, well, now I'm learning. I use Outlook and, Chrome and Firefox.
Yep.
True, we do have Wasteland Carl in the house.
Ooh.
Alright, so getting up to 4 lands. Is that a tundra?
Yes.
So 2 tundras, a basic island, and a
Basic
mountain. Looking down a forest and a tropical island. Playing back
Is that
down.
an island and a volcanic?
I'm sorry, a volcanic island, not a tropical island. My apologies. Okay. And just playing out the top, still buying some time. Got some brainstorms, a red elemental blast. Not quite sure what else is in hand. And looks like flipping the Entreat the Angels. Justin getting some pretty fortunate things here.
He's been holding on to that retreat for a while, and I believe he just put it off with his brainstorm to guarantee the flip later on.
At this point, looks like tapping all out
Yep.
and walking into a daze, which he does have the force of will to try and get rid of it. Do you really want to fight a counter battle over this, or just accept it and move on, possibly trying to dig into a
He
Jace?
does need a clock. However, if he goes force, he's going to have to pitch a spell pierce, which leaves him basically counterless. Not necessarily where he wants to be, but if he gets those 2 angels, that's bigger than any creatures Donovan is going to be playing, and gives him a timely clock. So
Basically taking the risk right now, hoping it pays off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And actually, we are getting I heard him call over a judge, so there's some kind of judge call happening at the moment. I am not quite sure what it is, however. As for them being in turns,
I
they
believe
got
it's
a
over
small
the misdirection.
They got a small time extension actually because they moved over.
Yep.
So I think that they probably are on like a 2-minute warning right now.
I would assume.
So I'm going to bring it back up, and we should be getting that turn counter up soon.
Yep.
So a misdirection countering the force of will, turning is right.
It's
Or turns
misdirecting the force of will
to the daze,
to the
or I'm sorry, to his own spell.
Yeah, I
entreat.
suppose that's the easy way to do it
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Redirect it to the entreat.
Mm-hmm.
That's the.
I believe
and-
otherwise you misdirect it to itself.
which becomes very unusual.
It's a weird interaction. Misdirection counters counterspells. That's what you need to know.
That's okay. That's cool. Oh, and I think actually you can turn it to target. Can you make it target misdirection itself?
No, because the misdirection is
that'd
on
be
the
sweet.
stack later than the counterspell. That's
Okay.
the requirement, is that the counterspell has to target something on the stack equal to or before itself.
Okay, gotcha.
Because otherwise, the misdirection will have resolved, and then there's no longer a target once you get to the force of will. It's
Oh, and apparently
It's
you
weird.
actually. Captain's saying that you can. So, misdirection a weird card. Let's call it at that.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
That's
all right.
it.
I had it backwards.
We got it. Slight time delay, but we got the message. And a Swords to Plowshares taking on that young Pyromancer.
Okay. I had everything backwards on that.
Going back. Up. Joe doesn't play with misdirection very much.
Not as much as I should.
Alright, and a Jace, the Mind Sculptor, coming in. Getting and going for a quick
Fate
Fate Seal. Time becoming a factor at this point, and I think he's really just trying to speed play.
Mm-hmm.
To get, but unfortunately, Jace is going to be really hard to win the game with.
Yes,
And-
Jace is not a fast win.
And a I think he has a Terminus in hand, but with no way to actually put it back
There
onto
was
the deck.
another entreat in hand.
Oh, it might be another Entreat, which would be significantly better.
Yes.
Alright. One of the few cards with more odd interactions than Spellskite. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Spellskite is all kinds of weird. But
Misdirection's pretty sweet, though.
Misdirection is Legacy Spellskite. How about that?
I suppose.
Okay. And a Vendilion Click coming into the battlefield, which is going to...
Getting countered.
Yep, Red Elemental Blast,
Keep
taking
it
it down.
going.
And now on turn 1. Okay, so getting close to the end of the game, going for the Brainstorm ability, and if he does have that Entreat in hand, he'll be able to cast that for 4?
For 3 angels on the next turn.
For 3
unless
angels?
he has the... I guess
Which he would have 2 attack steps with, that actually puts him within range of winning if that is an entreat in hand.
Well, he's not going to be able to entreat until...
That is a terminus.
Oh, it is a terminus. Never mind. Even so, he wouldn't be able to draw it naturally until his next turn.
Which they wouldn't have. He does have the top there.
He does, but that cuts back the number of angels he gets.
Okay, and he would only have 2 angels, can't actually get the win.
Yep.
Definitely. So, looks like we are going to be seeing a draw unless Donovan is able to apply a lot of pressure.
Which Justin should be able to fight through with his, filtering Donovan's deck, having that floating terminus on top so he's ready whenever he needs it, and shuffling it away. All right. I think he's pretty confident Donovan isn't going to win on turn 4 with literally no board presence.
Pretty unlikely.
We'll see the surprise double bolt.
If he's got 2 bolts in hand and Justin manages
we're going to see the EOT bolt following turn electrolyze, and he's just going to get him.
That would blow my mind to pieces.
I think that would frustrate a lot of our local players.
Oh, why? An electrolyze getting a win in Legacy?
Yeah.
Could be electrolyze into bolt, however, at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, just coming in at the end of round 2 for those of you just joining. And just before round 3, we will be introducing ourselves. So, Fire Blast.
Alright, Fire Blast does win here. I don't believe he's playing that. I could be wrong.
Gut shot, electrolyze, gut shot. That's the play.
Sure. Yep. Or just play set of gut shots. Go big or go home, right?
Magic's easy. And we've got a knock.
We would like to know if he played a land.
Who?
Justin?
This turn already?
Yes.
His island.
What?
The island.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, no, excuse me. I believe that was last turn. Oh, I might have lied to them.
Oh, no, he flipped off that flooded strand and immediately shuffled
Oh, you're
away.
right. It is.
The flooded strand.
It's the flooded
picked
strand.
up the flooded strand and immediately shuffled.
You played and cracked flooded strand immediately this turn. There we go.
Got it.
I was only wrong a little bit.
Yep. Delver
Island
with
was last
Jace.
turn.
Basically, it is your regular Delver deck that is put together based on what you have, with Jace, the Mind Sculptor, in it. And a Delver coming down on turn 4. A pretty threatening
just
board
like
presence, if
resolve.
it wasn't.
Always. And there's that entreat.
Yep. Okay. And an entreat at the end step. Is that enough?
Would have been any.
Was that for 5? Was that a turn 5 win?
Just,
Was that for enough?
Did you just win?
No.
Oh, okay.
Did you drink
I
more?
was one mana short, which is why I asked.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Unfortunately, not enough there, which is why he was asking about the land. So could
If he had
only
that one more mana, he would
swing
have
for
been
16.
Able to win.
So both players go into time, and we're gonna bring it back up to us.
1 sec.
Dylan, I got it in 3.
All right, and we are gonna be seeing Joe here, and let's head back up to the booth. Okay, so thank you for joining us. About to head into round 3, so a quick introduction to everybody joining us. My name's TJ,
And I'm Joe.
and we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. 4 rounds of Legacy tonight, about to head into round 3, and gonna be getting those results pretty quickly here, so just trying to do that. But thanks for joining. If you are new, please feel free to hit that follow button. We do this stream for Legacy every week, Fridays at 7:30 Pacific time. And I'd certainly like to see this Legacy stream grow. Our Modern one is doing well. Legacy seems to actually be starting to catch up a little bit, but
All right.
historically has not been as large. So if you guys want to keep tuning in, can certainly show those Modern players who's boss. Incentive.
No offense to all the modern players currently watching our stream.
I'm actually one of them.
No.
Oh no! Nonetheless, are you able to see who that... I think they just put up round 3.
Looks like no one has sat down yet.
Okay, so...
I'll keep an eye out for that, however.
Excellent. In the meantime, for those of you who are also curious about our modern stream, Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and also feel free to join us Sunday. This Sunday, be there. Ooh, couldn't resist.
Sunday.
This Sunday, we'll be doing a Grand Prix trial. It is modern, not legacy, but we'll be starting it at noon Pacific time and going for probably, 8 hours or so. And we are going to be having... Jason versus Justin. So 2 decks that we have seen. And... Carl is here. Hopefully we can get him on stream to not use his Wastelands. Wasteland Carl in the house. So we are going to be having Rug Delver going up against Miracles. Justin going to be on the right and Jason on the left.
Indeed.
So thank you for joining us. When is our next Modern No Ban list? I am currently working on finding that out. I think it's going to be in early April, unfortunately, because there's a whole lot of events happening in March. But as soon as I can get it, I will find out, and I will be letting the chat know, because I'm pretty excited for that myself. Modern No Ban list, whole lot of fun.
It's okay.
And yeah, Wasteland Carl, we're going to try and get him on stream in round 4. So let's head on down to round 3, Miracles versus Rug Delver, and let's have some fun. So, both players getting ready. Not sure who we have on the play, but who would you put as favorite in this matchup? I'm going to guess Delver, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't...
Yeah, I do like Delver here. Kind of as we saw a little bit of in the last match. I know I hate saying this, but it really depends on how quickly they can both get going. And really who starts on the draw. If Justin can get a fast countertop going, that's really going to slow down Rug Delver and hurt his tempo. But if Delver can get that early tempo going, Miracles can't do much about it. Other than very timely Terminus and Intrigue.
Terminus is really kind of the key card to where Delver can get a lot of early pressure.
Right.
And if it can establish that pressure and then keep up those counter spells for what Justin is trying to do...
Yeah.
And mostly just not let a Terminus resolve.
I'd also love to see the world's timeliest Stifle in this game. Stifle a Miracle Trigger, or just straight up stifle a Divining Top. That would give me a nice little chuckle as well.
That would be glorious. Alright, and round 3, getting started. Does he run True Name Nemesis? I believe so. And that's actually going to be another really key card if he can resolve that one.
Yeah, True Name Nemesis certainly, because then it's really only got 2 cards out of Justin to worry about, and that's his Terminus and Council's Judgment.
Doesn't look like a fantastic 6 for Justin here. A series of lands and brainstorms, but not a whole lot of those control pieces that he's going to be looking to land.
No, having a lot of mana is something Miracles does want. And hopefully Brainstorm gives him the dig he needs to actually get his combo assembled. But yeah, the 6 all on its own is not looking great.
Does he run Supreme Verdict? I believe it's somewhere in the 75.
I believe it as a one of somewhere. I'm inclined to say it's a sideboard card at the moment, but I don't know.
Slowly Crashing giving us our pro tip of the day.
Whatever, man. That's some old school tech.
Yeah, save your Stifle for a Dark Depths.
Oh, I've seen people rage quit a tournament over that one.
Alright, so we have got a Tropical Island and a Volcanic Island from Jason. Still not a whole lot of pressure yet, and Justin with an island on the battlefield, putting out a Scalding Tarn, and we are going to be seeing a Brainstorm.
All right.
So we did get the counterbalance, still no top. We do have the Swords to Plowshares in hand as a nice removal piece for anything that Jason gets going, possibly a Tarmogoyf, something like that.
I love the MTG bot.
Yeah, the MTG bot is amazing, and
Giving us
Doro's
commentary on the RP.
Doro has been adding all kinds of fun commands in there.
I like it. Alright, so looking at the chat there.
The miniature
no,
catfish is correct.
Eh,
Infinite stifles.
I mean, at that point, I feel like the judge should come over and yell at you, but the standstill trigger still is the last thing on the stack.
Alright, so we do have a bolt from Jason pointing at the face, since there's not many other targets unless he's going for himself. Justin going down to 17.
Yep.
Bolting at this point seems almost a little hasty, just as an act of using it while you got it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not much of a game plan currently put together for Jason, though I do think he now has a Tarmogoyf in hand.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, it gets it in his graveyard, so that's helping to beef up those Tarmogoyfs.
And Nimble Mongoose.
And Nimble Mongoose, that's true. Getting that threshold.
Mm-hmm.
TJ's keyword of like a month ago.
Okay. That was during Modern, I think.
No, yeah, I was here for it.
Oh,
I think
that's
it was
true.
a legacy, but yeah. So gets his Goyf bigger, gets his threshold up, and then also, you know, while there's no countertop going, might as well fire off that bolt since it's probably going to end up going to Justin's face at some time or another.
Mm-hmm. So that Tarmogoyf currently a 2/3. Not a whole lot of things in that graveyard. Just instant sorcery and land. And
No land yet.
we
We haven't seen a fetch cracked. It's that Ponder and Lightning Bolt.
Oh my goodness, you are correct.
So he has the ability to make it a 3/2 at will, but yeah.
And a Flooded Strand now in the battlefield. So that Goyf going to be going up to a 3/4 at this point.
Alright, there we have it.
So still a Misty Rainforest for Jason.
Justin going all basics here. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite. Probably just playing around Wasteland more than anything.
I suppose.
I mean, with the Wasteland Carl in the room, certainly may have him being a little bit jumpy.
Mm-hmm. This looks like Justin throwing down his counterbalance.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, there's already a Goyf in play, but better late than never.
It's on the stack.
Okay. I'll be opening this door again if I need to. Thank you. You're the
Keep
best.
fighting the good fight. Oh, and it looks like the stream's correcting me. I just noticed Justin's graveyard hiding sneakily under his name bar. There was already a fetch in the yard. So you were
This guy. This guy. Alright, so we do have a Tarmogoyf and into a Spell Snare on that counterbalance. Interesting.
I like it.
That's an interesting piece of legacy tech.
It gives me a chuckle.
And getting hit by a Force of Will pitching a counter spell.
Another good target for that spell snare.
A lot of counter spells on this. A lot of counter spells on this
Counterbalance,
stack.
spell snare, counter spell, force of will. Could use a couple more.
And that
Could use a
counterbalance
Mystic Snake.
coming into the battlefield. You demand your money back for this free entertainment.
It's yours. You can have it back twice.
Enjoy your imaginary stack of 0 monies. It's going to be awesome.
Got a fat stack of counter magic.
Don't spend it all in one place. Alright, so Justin really discarding a lot of cards to get that counterbalance onto the battlefield.
He did, but that counterbalance has the potential to do a lot of work.
And it is a piece of pretty much his main game plan.
Mm-hmm.
So while Jason pretty much only used 1 card, as for why no sword, possibly just waiting to use it at the last possible moment. If he can establish board controls through something else, he's got 2 of them.
This is interesting.
Main phasing.
I guess to avoid potential days.
Oh, okay. So playing around days, especially since he just got rid of all of his and Force of Will. But he just got rid of all of his counter magic, so doesn't have the means to actually fight these counter battles.
Trying to blind flip the counterbalance. I like it.
Hey, I mean, you can hit it with
Your own force of will.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And we are going to be seeing a fetch with a Scalding Tarn into yet... oh, okay, so we actually have a non-basic now. Jason does have a Wasteland, but seems to really only think that he needs to use it this once. And opening up himself to that Wasteland now.
Mm-hmm.
So, that Tarmogoyf now gone. Jason going up to 21. And Justin in an okay position. Really light on cards, but both players are at the moment. And that counterbalance is going to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
But really, unfortunately, he had that Brainstorm on top, which would have been kind of nice.
Yeah.
As long as he had a fetch land, I suppose.
Yeah.
But at this point, both players really looking to draw something that's going to give them the card advantage again.
Yeah.
And I think that's a Force of Will with a Vendilion Click.
Could be.
I mean, that's a pretty solid hand for Justin, all things considered. He can
it looks
save...
like we're clicking on the draw step. Gets himself, a bit more control against the Delver player and an actual clock, which is exactly what he needs.
And that 3 damage per turn is pretty solid. I mean, it's a 7-turn clock, but in Miracles, that's certainly not unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, Delver and a Wasteland. Do you take that Delver, or do you let him have that? Because that's probably as far as the threats
I don't know.
go...
You still have the chance to blind counter off of the counterbalance. In terms of threats, Delver's not the biggest thing that Delver can be putting out right now. It looks like we are taking it away in hopes of him just drawing not a threat.
I have to agree that I probably wouldn't have taken it, because the Miracles deck has the highest density of 1-mana spells more than anything else.
Yeah. Plus, there's not even a guarantee that it's going to flip, and then that unflipped actual just Delver of Secrets is a non-threat.
But it looks like we did not see a threat out of Jason there, so maybe that play turning out alright, and unfortunately revealing the Swords to Plowshares as his draw really could have let that Delver resolve.
Just letting it slide, because now there's an opportunity for Delver to have a
Nimble Mongoose.
A Nimble Mongoose, a True Name Nemesis that Swords doesn't take care of. Oh man, that Threshold True Name. Whew.
Glorious. Threshold is always important, even if it isn't.
True Name Nemesis with Threshold has hexproof.
Threshold as a mechanic means that you're doing something right.
Oh yeah.
Or
very wrong.
Okay. It's a mechanic of extremes.
It is.
Alright, so a counterbalance and a Vendilion Click. That Vendilion Click. Looking down, Jason, who is now at 17. 4 lands, and also a Wasteland. 2 cards that we are currently unaware of. Jason being very secretive with his cards.
Indeed.
Wasteland having no target at the moment, but seems to be a lot of lands for Jason.
Yeah.
And applying still no pressure.
Yeah, it looks like Justin and Jason swapped out their land to spell ratio.
Absolutely. And with a Force of Will and a Swords to Plowshares, not able to cast that Force of Will as it currently sits.
No.
But that Swords to Plowshares is going to be pretty nice.
Indeed.
And a Ponder from Jason. So pretty much the first player to really get a card advantage spell.
Mm-hmm.
And that could actually be pretty significant.
Yeah.
No way to counter this, can't pay the 5. And do you know what we just saw happen? A little bit oh, it actually got countered by the counterbalance. That's it.
Oh, beautiful.
Exactly what you would hope for.
Blind counterbalances are always
with
fun.
a top nonetheless.
Oh.
Doesn't get better.
Too good.
Unfortunately, man, I blinked and missed that. Goodness. A Misty Rainforest. Still almost no pressure. Are you able to see those cards in Jason's hand?
I'm not. Jason holds his cards very close to the vest.
And a Jace the Mind Sculptor. Now we do have... I mean, on top of the win condition that is on the battlefield right now, that Jace is going to be pretty significant.
That it is.
Though, if you're Justin, do you just keep it back? You've got the swords. You're not worried.
Yeah, I'd say we don't need to play the Jace here.
Nimble Mongoose right now, you're winning the race.
Yep, and as it is, it also gives... I mean, keeping his lands up, that gives Justin the ability to actually make use of his countertop, potentially give the illusion of also just having an actual counterspell in hand as well. And Miracles needs to play a lot of mind games.
Yeah, and the Jace isn't going to really...
it's not winning faster than the... Click.
Exactly. It may further your board state, but not to a point where you're going to win any turns faster.
Right.
Alright. And a swing for 3. Jason down to 4. getting close to the end of this game. At this point, Jason, I'm not quite sure what outs he's looking for,
Looks like he drew a Goyf.
which is not going to get countered. A little bit, I think he knew what was on top,
Yeah.
but I'm a little bit surprised to see him not activating the top right there.
He is holding the Swords to Plowshares, so he doesn't really need to. I was just going to force it.
Romario Vital, thank you for joining us, and hello. If you ever have any questions, comments, or feedback, please let us know. And a daze...
Dazing the Force?
Interesting.
Dazing the... Alright. I think Jason has resigned himself to this match, and there it is. Alright, the concession for time.
Alright. And I think Quickroar is correct. We saw a pretty immediate flip there, and I think instead of activating the top, he may have forgotten the order that he had.
Very possible as well, I guess.
Duro, hello. Saying hi to TJ and Joe.
Yeah.
Did you hear all of that rhyming that I just did?
I like that.
That was amazing. Hello, Darrow. Hello to everybody. Thank you for joining. If any of you are new, my name is TJ. This is Joe. We will be providing some commentary as we head into Game 2 of Round 3 with Justin on Miracles going up against Jason on Rug Delver. Justin taking Game 1 with a Vendilion Click, really carrying the torch after both players using a huge amount of their resources to fight a couple of battles and eventually ending up on an empty board, which Justin had the Vendilion Click and Jason didn't have anything.
Yeah.
And that's
what Miracles wants.
Mm-hmm.
One creature on their side and nothing else.
Okay. And taking a quick look. Citing out Council's Judgment does seem like an interesting choice. Unable to hit that Nimble Mongoose, but maybe just deciding that he wants more early interaction?
I think, yeah, the early interaction, the Council's Judgment being a mandatory 3 mana, not necessarily what he's looking for, and he'd rather just Terminus and get everything, because Jason is more than likely to have multiple creatures that are an immediate threat and play it at all times. So Terminus, or just a big entreat to get plenty of creatures of his own, is really what Justin's going to want here.
Mm-hmm. And the Council's Judgment, certainly good, but maybe not the best. And actually a Baneslayer Angel coming in, which is going to be
too cool.
A really nice clock in the air.
Right. Well, and Rug Delver isn't doing too much, especially in terms of non-creature permanence. There's nothing that Jason really is going to be playing. So Justin's going to want, his specific cheap creature removal and a clock of his own. That's what he needs against Delver.
Okay. So we're going to be having Jason on the play. So if you're Jason, I know that one thing that a lot of people say is to take out your Force Wheels on the play and then take out your Dazes on the draw. Is this something that you want to do against Miracles when you are kind of expecting to be fighting those counterspell battles? Or do you keep in as much counter magic as possible?
That's interesting. I can't say I've got too much experience playing a deck like this myself, but knowing that, countertop exists, you do want to prevent him from getting to that state, so keeping up your counter magic is important, but once Justin resolves his countertop, there's not really much fighting through that with your own counter spells.
Okay. So maybe side out a couple, keep in a couple.
I think so.
Or if you guys have some thoughts, let us know.
Yeah. Tell me how this match is supposed to go. I know it's a very popular thing, but I'm never on either side of it myself.
Okay. Let's see here. Both players just getting ready to present their decks, and we will be having a game. Quickrar mentioning the Mentor in Justin's list. I know that he has run it previously. I don't think that he is currently running the Monastery Mentor.
No, I believe he's more leaning on the Entreat right now. He definitely did play Mentor at one point. I think he's moved back to Entreat.
Okay. So really trying to get the game with Jace and Entreat.
Did you cite it in Rest in Peace? I'm not sure. I know that, it does host Tarmogoyfs, but I don't know if that's the best thing Justin has to
It
be
also
doing.
gets Nimble Mongoose.
Oh, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Very
So
true.
actually, I can kind of get behind that. Rest in peace.
Yeah. I don't know what choices Justin did make.
Threshold. It's important. Man, that is a really big theme for me. My
It is
goodness.
certainly a fun mechanic.
And apparently Bigger Kahuna, congratulations on your win against a Legacy deck. On the bright side, it's really hard to compare decks within different formats since they're always so tuned to particular metas.
For sure. And the Legacy and Modern metas are very different just in the style of play, the creature aggro versus the combo and synergy.
And an early Nimble Mongoose for Jason, the
That
card
is what he
that
wants.
really we were saying, maybe he won't have it. And guess what? He has it. So, a Misty Rainforest into that Nimble Mongoose. Do you think okay, going for Tropical Island,
Yep.
answering my question.
Really, that's the colors he needs here.
Quick Rar, nailing it. And just a basic island from Justin. Doesn't look like doing anything, at least during his turn.
No,
A quick pass back into a polluted Delta from Jason. Mostly just there to fetch for blue, because there's not any black in that deck whatsoever.
Nope.
And it gets all of your colors because of
does.
these duels, and pretty painlessly.
These duels.
Especially since he's the one who is really going to be applying the Wasteland pressure.
Right, he doesn't really need to worry about Wasteland out of Miracles, but I'm pretty sure Justin is still playing his
Dust Bowl.
oh so amazing Dust Bowl.
Yes!
Gotta love the tech.
And a Volcanic Island for Jason.
Alright, rounding out his colors nicely.
Double blue, a red, and a green. Pretty solid.
Mhm.
Gonna enable a little bit more counter magic by having that double blue.
For sure. Gives him his cantrips, his counter magic, still giving him access to all of his creatures and his bolts.
And both of those can now be used for days.
Very true.
Yep. Okay. And this Nimble Mongoose getting into it for a frightening one, pulling up those board states closer to parity. Looks like, is that a Pithing Needle for Jason in hand? Because that is going to be a really nice card to name since it says
yeah.
Divining Top.
Very well could be. Divining Top, or maybe Mind Sculptor if he ends up in that scenario, but yeah, probably Top.
And just a pass back, so maybe waiting for Justin to commit to the board a little bit, trying to be cautious, because that Spell Pierce would have been very good against that Pithing Needle.
Right.
And a Scalding Tarn coming in for Justin. Not cracking it yet. We do have the top, actually. So,
Oof.
and a Stifle.
We might be seeing that Spell Pierce now just to make sure he gets his mana.
Mm-hmm. And that is, he does still have the Force of Will in hand. I think at this point it is a matter of if Jason wants to get into a counter battle with using that Brainstorm. I don't think so.
No, I would, and it looks like he's letting it resolve now.
Mm-hmm.
And, really, he'd rather just force this.
Mm-hmm. This, going to get through, likely. But, Twindom, bringing up a good point. Brainstorming. Daze also a really good card now.
Oh, yeah.
Justin being tapped out for this.
Mm-hmm.
He does have, I think, a Force of Will possibility. 2 forces in hand.
Yep.
So, allowing that one to happen, and if it ends up getting counter... Okay. And actually going to not allow it to happen. And keeps the other Force of Will in hand. No way to cast it currently, so that Pithing Needle is going to resolve if that's what Jason ends up deciding to do.
It looks like it.
And
Well,
it's
even if he had kept the Spell Pierce, he's got no mana.
Mm-hmm.
Needle is happening, and that is going to hurt Justin. Especially, assuming he takes out the, Council Judgment.
Hey, Justin. Jason, you're my light. You're my shining star. Okay. So, a Pithing Needle, gonna be naming top, though, if you wanted to open up and double check, just to be certain.
Yeah. Oh, and it looks like it was a counterbalance, not another force. Which makes that Pithing Needle even more insulting.
Absolutely it does.
I assume that's on top? Yes. Is 100% on top.
Excellent. So,
Jason is insisting he ain't no scrub.
Pithing Needle now naming Sensei's Divining Top. I think I may have said countertop instead of top.
Oh. Yeah.
So my apologies. Oh, or apparently I didn't. I'm not quite sure. Nonetheless, Pithy Needle naming top. And
No. I
a
personally
really
like
quick-
needle on needle.
a lightning bolt getting fired off in response to that. Probably
Yep.
just making sure that it resolves.
For sure. I mean, yeah, that's what he needs to do here is just guarantee his spells get to resolve. Fill up his yard for the goose.
5 spells currently in that graveyard and a Terminus in Justin's hand.
Oof. Not where he wants it, especially with no white mana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, white mana in hand, but...
And that Brainstorm is going to help, actually. That
That
Brainstorm
is.
allows him to put the...
Terminus.
exactly. Back on top.
Yep.
Can't activate that Pithy Needle, so it's going to have to be a main phase Terminus.
No, we can't activate the top. But...
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it'd be a main phase Terminus as
Mhm.
opposed to...
in
turns
response,
from now.
yeah. Which does hurt, but... there are worse things.
There are certainly worse things.
Unless we see another Brainstorm in these 3.
And actually, not a bad suite of cards to see.
Not bad, not the... Yeah.
Quick Roar, that bolt was in response to the counterbalance.
Yeah.
Or in response, yeah. So
Yeah,
the bolt was in
so-
response to the counterbalance.
Yeah, so the top can't be activated. It's done and gone. Counterbalance was still on the stack when the bolt was cast, so there's no opportunity for him to get that to trigger.
Now we enter into a fun little game for Justin, in which now he has to mind game and basically intuition what Jason is going to be casting
Yep.
to set up his top. Or to set up his counterbalance. So, sorry. Alright, so Jason heading into attack. Looks like Justin not wanting to fire off quite yet. So getting pressured all the way down to 9.
Oh! And the heartbreaking Stifle Miracle trigger.
Which is just fantastic.
Yep.
All things considered.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see what we have. Does he have some kind of response in hand? I don't think so.
I don't believe he does. I think we're looking at a... Oh.
Nope, mostly just hoping to counter that. Was not able to.
Yep.
Did reveal an Entreat on top. All things considered, not the worst place to be.
Not the worst, but...
With that Swords to Plowshares, he can take care of the Tarmogoyf.
He can.
And then next turn we might see him try and land that Entreat for 2 Angels, which is actually a pretty solid clock.
Ooh, he doesn't have the double white for it, however.
Oh my goodness.
So that is going to hurt.
Man. That is fantastic.
Just running low on luck.
Alright. So, we are getting, looks like a Ponder from Jason, who is going to be flipping. We know it's an Entreat on top, so not even going to bother with the counterbalance trigger.
Yep.
And Justin definitely in trouble for this game, too.
Oh, yeah.
Force of Will, another Ponder.
And a Bolt. Looks like we're keeping the Ponder, leaving it Bolt Force on top.
And ding, ding, ding. Guess who's up to a 3-3? The Nimble.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
That Ponder putting that Nimble Mongoose into the threshold territory, right where I like to see it.
Yep.
So a 3-3 for 1, and we have gotten Entreat, probably trying to bait out some kind of trigger in response to this because he can't cast it.
I wanted it, and I did get my Great Stifle.
You did. One round too late, but nonetheless there. And
are my
going
favorite.
back to the hand. And that Nimble Mongoose coming in, and I think unless Justin happens to draw and never mind. Yep.
Oof.
No flip there.
No.
And that is a win for Jason in game 2.
Yep. Alright, so nice balanced match so far. Moving to game 3 at least.
Nothing like a good game 3 to set the tone for the night. So far, actually, some pretty solid matches on stream so far. The only one that we really saw being a little bit absurd was Reanimator versus Dredge.
Loved it. Most fair matchup I've seen all night. All week, to be honest.
Absolutely. For those of you, it looks like some of you have just joined. My name is TJ.
This is Joe.
And we are streaming some Legacy over 4 rounds from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you have not joined us before, please hit that follow button and join us for more. We do this Legacy stream every Friday night at 7:30 Pacific time. Usually about 4 rounds. Takes us to about 11. And often we will stick around a little bit afterwards just to chat up with folks, have fun, talk about Magic, and overall just try to be mildly entertaining as our... Really, that's our goal line. Trying to just be a little bit more.
Yep.
I try to shoot for moderately entertaining.
Oof.
And
high.
looks like a different sideboard plan coming in. Those Spell Piercers coming out. All right. Otherwise, yeah. If you do have I think I mentioned, questions, comments, feedback,
Yep.
always happy to have them in the chat. It's a
sure.
blast.
Yep.
Did you have a Force of Will, that brainstorm there? Possibly. Certainly some questions in this matchup. Justin, been playing Miracles for quite some time.
Yeah, he's very well versed with the deck. Certainly that doesn't mean he's never going to make a mistake, but I generally trust his decisions more than I would trust my own with the same circumstances.
Certainly. And he does play that deck a lot on MTGO, I know. So at least got a lot of reps in, even though we haven't seen him in our store for a little bit.
Right.
So, I'm not quite sure, but I do believe that he at least had a plan, and we have got a Force of Will and Entreat the Angels.
Atop.
A really good start for Justin here.
Basics
And
to keep Wasteland free.
Do you know what is behind that Force of Will?
I cannot quite tell.
And definitely some land, so...
Leading with the turn on top.
A pretty solid start from Justin here.
I like it.
We have a Daze for Jason, but didn't have any way to do it. And a Fetch there. So really kind of seeing the downside of these Dazes being on the draw.
Yep.
Because he's got one in hand and was unable to do anything. It is going to be good against a counterbalance if that ends up trying to be the next drop.
Yep.
So it's going to delay that pretty well.
Yeah.
Definitely the Force of the I think it was actually a Ponder, not a Force of Will, or a Brainstorm. Probably the most unusual play that we saw in Game 1. My guess would be that he was just trying to keep him from digging to any resources. May have assumed that he was light on those.
Yep.
And a Nimble Mongoose drop in for Jason. So the quick pressure back on, and we are getting an upkeep top. So not expecting to have any turn 2 plays, it would appear.
Yep. Certainly not a Swords, considering he's staring down a Mongoose, but that Mongoose isn't also the biggest threat right now.
And Delver of Secrets. So a lot of early pressure from Jason. No second land.
Yeah.
So the mana
and a fast Terminus.
Wow.
Looking pretty.
Probably one of the earlier times that I've seen that happen. Unfortunately, the Daze not going to do a whole lot. Does have a Force of Will in hand if he wants to try to fight that battle.
Right.
And really, if you're about to lose these 2 creatures, it might be worth it to fight that battle.
Yep.
No?
He's just letting it go.
Okay. I guess assuming that taking that card disadvantage when you already are at a pretty significant disadvantage via mana at this point.
I guess he's banking on rebuilding faster than Justin can actually put up a threat.
Alright. Oh. Delver.
Is it Diaper of Secrets?
I don't think so.
Diaper?
Maybe a Diver.
No, Diaper of Secrets. Card's just full of shit.
Oh, come on. We're family friendly. We're family friendly here.
I apologize.
And we have gotten end-step activation from the Sense of Dividing Top. A Blood Moon off the top.
Not,
to
completely devastating to Rug Delver, but...
Certainly not great.
Yeah. Especially, on his single drop, he's not casting any more creatures.
But Justin not having any access to red at the moment. Okay. So, what have we got? A Brainstorm, but so far doesn't look like anything fantastic. And Twindom and Captain definitely raising up some good points, which is that letting those creatures go to the bottom, a pretty unusual choice when you are going to run them out so quickly.
Right.
So,
Very true.
definitely I was expecting to see the counter battle. I'm a little bit thrown off, but I'm not sure if he wanted to just save that to maybe try and fight over what Justin was going to play next and leave himself exposed. Granted, maybe not probably not the incorrect play in that situation as we've seen. Yeah. So, we do have our second mana in another tropical island going into a Sylvan Library, which is going to really fix at least the mana issue for him and providing some decent card advantage if he wants to pay the life, or if nothing else, some good card quality.
Looks like... Excuse me there.
Activating.
Justin deliberating whether he wants to even let this resolve.
And... not quite sure what he would be going for, though. Maybe just relining up the top of his library.
Making sure he knows what's coming up, if he knows he has the... If he can comfortably expend his cards right now on the Sylvan Library counter magic, or if he has to save them for later because he's going to be a little light on them.
A single Snapcaster in hand, probably going to be the Exile here, and that is what we're going to see.
Yep.
One thing that Justin currently missing is a second blue source for the Vendilion Click in his hand, and also the red source for the Blood Moon that he has on top of his library.
Yeah,
So
probably.
I think he did put a land on top,
That's good.
and I think it was an island. We'll certainly find out. Still floating that Blood Moon, however, hasn't not, because he doesn't have any way to cast it.
Ooh, seeing a surgical out of Jason. Is that
On the Force of Will, yeah.
Oof.
Pretty.
Getting aggressive.
That's a really cool play, actually. So going to be taking 2 life here, going down to 17.
It gets to look at Justin's hand as well. That's, never the worst thing he can be doing.
Yeah, interesting that he's not looking at his hand first, but we'll get to that.
Probably get to it.
Twindom definitely raising a good point. At this point, we kind of have to wonder what he's trying to fight for. Because he's still saving those Force of Wills, maybe just didn't want to get into a counter battle and lose all of those against Justin until he was able to do the surgical.
It's possible.
Maybe wanted to ensure that he wasn't going to be entering into a counter battle and make sure that he was going to be outclassing him. Is at least my thought on what
I would assume so.
his game plan is at the moment. Certainly unusual,
Yep.
but I can understand it.
If he's assuming he's able to field more threats than Justin can hold up counter magic for, and he's, saving it for a counterbalance just to ensure he does actually resolve anything.
And nothing but land for Justin. Putting the fetch land on top. Luckily, there was a fetch, because otherwise that is a long-term lock.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so a Flooded Strand out, still not a whole lot of interaction. We have a Vendilion Click, a Swords to Plowshares, and a Entreat the Angels.
Yep.
All right, and Twindom as a Burn player. We can get along. Big fan of Burn.
Burn's okay.
Burn's okay.
It's decent.
It's plus.
Meh.
And we have got a Ponder out of Jason, keeping it on top. So, we have been seeing a surprising amount of non-shuffle Ponders tonight.
Indeed we have.
Certainly still interested in adding that Ponder shuffle counter. Habsar bringing up an interesting point on fetching while Jason's tapped out. Still is tapped out, so we are getting a fetch during that tap out. But a great point of trying to get around that stifle.
Since he has been burned by that stifle already in this match.
And still not going for that red source.
No, he's not. Well, he has shuffled away the Blood Moon by now, so...
It certainly is now, but preventing it from even being, a live card.
Right.
Pretty interesting. If you're going to bring it in, you would probably want to bring it in and put yourself into a position of resolving it.
Yeah.
Would be my assumption. So maybe just playing around Force of Will more than anything else.
Yeah.
And we have got a Council's Judgment still in the deck. And
So it is. To fetch and a top, and coming into the chat here, he did not break fetch to shuffle away the Blood Moon.
it's a Terminus, not a Council's Judgment.
The Blood Moon was already shuffled away by the Surgical Extraction that Jason played.
Yes.
So.
Otherwise, on top, he saw 3 lands, one of them being that fetch land. So he was going to be cracking that fetch before draw no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and Terminus taking down that Nimble Mongoose. Quick 1-for-1 trade.
And another goose
Naturally.
following it up.
Interesting that we didn't see, maybe that Vendilion click
Mm-hmm.
at maybe the end of draw step. That's what a lot of people tend to do.
Right.
But I
guess
think,
he's just leaving himself open to continue topping.
yeah, and maybe just trying to grind down Jason's hand before he resolves that to make sure that it acts as something that doesn't get removed.
Could be.
He does have an entreat as well, so maybe just waiting to hit into a brainstorm, something that can put
and
that back on
going
top.
for a big entreat for the win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And here it looks like we are seeing that click while he does have the top mana up.
exactly. So yeah, probably just didn't want to tap out, especially on the opposing turn. And a daze in Jason's hand. I'll be surprised if he chooses to use that daze, because he's still gonna be able to resolve it and use that top. So, and yeah, just
Fetching just to activate the top isn't necessarily the best, but yeah.
2
being
spell
able to resolve-
snares, a corrosion grip, a daze, a bolt, and a red elemental blast.
Unfortunate all around.
So, do you take that corrosion grip and potentially get him that third land, or actually choosing to
I
take?
think just leaving it as is probably fine.
Yeah, because he hasn't gotten that land yet.
And we saw him keep a ponder without getting the third land out of it, so if I was Justin, I wouldn't be terribly afraid.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a great point, because he hasn't had the opportunity to shuffle away that ponder. Drew the card off of it. It wasn't his third land. We can presume that he doesn't have more. Excellent. Doro, have a fantastic evening. Always good to see you. Okay. And we have got a fetch with that Arid Mesa. Not quite sure what we are seeing, but right now we have got basically a race between a 1-1 Nimble Mongoose getting pretty outclassed by that 3-1 Vendilion click, which is in the air.
And even if we... Oh, there's the rest in peace the stream was talking about. So even if Jason was able to get up to threshold, Justin's already ahead on this.
Yep. Rest in peace, gonna do a whole lot to establish that one.
We're just hanging on to the counterbalance and not letting Jason do anything about it.
The counterbalance really gives him the ability to counter the corrosion grip as well if he gets that third
The
land.
only out to counter the corrosion grip, really. And not dropping the counterbalance here.
Really keeping up a lot of mana.
Indeed he is.
Surprising to say the least, but I'm sure there's an end game. Certainly, and maybe just trying to bait out more from Jason, get more information, because he's certainly in no rush. Right now, he is the aggressor. Both players at 14, but he is providing significantly more of a clock.
Or I guess if he knows that he doesn't have an out to the red elemental blast at the moment.
Also,
I believe we
Jason
aren't
has 2
seeing-
spell snares. Forgot about
Yeah.
that one for a moment. I don't.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't have a... looks like we're just gonna go for it.
And maybe wanting to ensure that that rest in peace resolves, so maybe just trying to get those spells out, get the spell snares out of the hand, make sure that when you drop that rest in peace, it's going to be effective.
That's true.
But still applying plenty of pressure. At a certain point, Jason's going to have to deal with this Vendilion click, because otherwise,
Or
it's...
apply more pressure of his own. Alright, so this
That's
makes
a pretty
that
good one.
rest in peace even more important. Although Justin does have the swords in hand, unfortunately that does kind of ruin his race math between his creatures and Jason's.
Yeah, because even using that Swords to Plowshares.
That'll kick Jason's life up a little too high and get him out of the easy win.
Quick note. Hi, Mom and Dad. Apparently they tuned in. They have no
Alright.
idea what's going on, though. Dominity. Yes, we do have someone playing Mud in the room.
Yeah, we can definitely try and get him on stream for the next round. I believe that's not someone we've seen.
I think it's going to be that or Wasteland Carl. I think that's kind of the 2 considerations at the moment.
Alright, well, clearly we just need Wasteland Carl playing against Mud.
Clearly. Because, I mean, why would you ever want to use Wasteland against Mud? And that rest in peace going away. Quick, we're making a good point. Justin seems to not want those sideboard cards. Keeps floating them at the top and then shuffling away.
Yeah.
A Terminus, not a bad way to follow it up, however.
No, Terminus is definitely a great card here, and if we're Oh, we are seeing the force of will out of Jason.
Pretty excellent at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be putting him in a tight spot. A swing for 7 going to be coming. Needs to do something with this Entreat the Angels. Right now can activate it next turn to make 2 Angels. I mean...
Yeah.
Is,
we might just be seeing here, though, if Justin leaves up his click, it's either going to get bolted or trade with Mongoose, and then that leaves him the swords to deal with Goyf, and still takes care of Jason's board and or hand pretty well, leaving him a much better position. Nope, just
and
swing
looks
it.
like just getting
Ignore
into that
everything
race.
I said.
Yeah. I mean, we could see him main phase this Swords to Plowshares, but isn't going to. I mean, he does have full information of the cards in hand at this point, so maybe just wanting to see if there's something else worth swordsing or trying to keep information back.
Yeah.
I'm going to use a Swords to Plowshares on this Tarmogoyf,
I would assume.
and then take
And that
3.
still does keep... Oh, no. Just
Interesting.
take it.
I'm pretty...
Justin's made a lot of interesting choices with his swords so far today.
Uh,
And it looks like we're just going for the entreat here.
so I actually
for-
had another Entreat and going to be going for 3 of those Angels.
and that gets him lethal.
Oh, actually keeping up Daze Mana.
Oof. And another force out of Jason.
Wow.
Oh man.
I mean, it doesn't
that-
get any better.
that's
It just
gotta
doesn't.
hurt.
I think, does that pretty much give Jason the win at this point? I mean, we
Yeah,
can see
I
Justin
mean-
try to main phase his, because he's gonna, he might just try main phase that for 2 Angels. I mean, I'm not sure if he just has many other options.
For 1 angel, he's gonna have to pay 3 double X. So he's got his 3 white, and then he can pay X as 1.
And I guess
And I mean that's what he's gonna have to do here. I think
take down the Mongoose.
it'll trade with the goose.
Or do you play the top and hope that you've got something on top? Of course.
I mean,
Of course
he
it's
can
something
both,
like that.
because he's going to leave himself 1 mana with the casting Entreat for 1, so he can cast top. But that's not really doing much. He can flip it, or... I don't know. This might just be it for Justin here. It looks like here's
So-
this Entreat for 1. Oh, man. So
So-
using the real tokens.
Yeah, I've got them out there.
What a boss.
I know. So an Entreat out on the battlefield, still has the 1 mana, just gonna drop a top.
Yep.
Probably gonna keep all the cards back, and at this point, you know, you can, or getting actually, he technically, depending on what Jason does, it's in Justin's capacity to win. He just needs to block. If there's no red source right now,
Oh, that's true.
no red
I
source.
wasn't thinking about that. The lack of red source does mean Justin's in a pretty good position here.
Bolt wins the game,
Yep.
and a brainstorm.
A
It
lot
comes
of
down to this
potential in this
brainstorm.
brainstorm.
Any red source.
Oh, come on, Jason. Show us your hand. Jason.
But if there is no red source at this point, then
I saw a land. It might have just been a trop. I think that's a trop.
or Volcanic Island. But so if this is a red source, Jason wins. If it is
Yep.
not a red source, Justin wins. I think that's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a fantastic end to this match. All
Oh,
things
God.
considered, this is about as good as it gets. And I don't think
As
that we saw
random
it.
chancy as it gets.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, man.
And we didn't see it. Wow. So a swing, at this point, you can hope that Justin taps wrong. You know, always an option. Hasn't played the land yet. Do you take down the Nimble Mongoose and put yourself to 1, assuming that there will be no instant speed interaction to increase that? I think that you just let the Angel die to the Tarmogoyf.
Mm-hmm.
And because anything that's going to remove your Vendilion Click is also going to kill you.
I don't know. I'm inclined to say you, Well, no, I think you do just block the goose, because anything that, the Red Blast we've seen Jason holding kills the... Obviously, if he can cast Red Blast, he
He
casts
has
Bolt
the
to win.
Bolt.
But Oh! And he did have it.
And you guys told me it was a Misty, or the Trop.
Everyone's 100% it's a trop. Alright? He had the Volcanic and...
And there we go. Jason getting
Brutal
the perfect
game
card
three.
there. And with only 3 minutes left, that's going to be the end of this round. We're going to bring it back up to us in the booth where we can say hello to some of the people who are brand new while we're about to be coming up to us. If you do have any questions, any comments, or any feedback, please let us know and we can talk about it between rounds. And we will see you up there in just a moment. A fantastic finish right there for
No
Delver
kidding.
against Miracles. Just awesome. Great ending to see there. Coming down to a Brainstorm. The most is that the most played card in Legacy?
I
Is
can't
officially?
imagine anything else would be.
Actually we can find out too. We have it in our technology and capacity.
Aside from probably Basic Island, I would assume, yeah, Brainstorm.
Brainstorm
taking the number one
is
spot.
played in 60% of decks. Excellent. So, Dark Goyf Mystic, welcome back. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat who don't always see, but thank you for joining again. It is always a pleasure to have you guys. And to anybody new, hit that follow button because it's always a blast.
Yeah.
We do Modern Wednesdays and Saturdays. Modern at 7 o'clock, Saturdays at 6. You are currently joining us for our Legacy stream, which is every Friday at 7:30. Joe, currently my co-host every other week.
Yep.
Eventually I'll try and convince him to be every week. One of these days he will.
Someday.
He'll accept.
I'm trying, but Star Owners force me to play sometimes. Round out the numbers. That's what happened last week.
My goodness. Other than that,
I just had to play a sweet deck and lose an embarrassing amount.
hooray! Other than that, join us this Sunday. We are doing an extra special fun event, a grand pre-trial from noon Pacific time on Sunday until I'm expecting 8 o'clock. It's going to be a long day.
5 rounds cut to top 8.
I'm going to be loaded up on generic brand water, and it's going to be a blast. How is it going? It's going fantastic.
What decks do I play in Constructed? Alright, so there's let's see if you guys recognize these. General Harpies, Zombardment, getting a little bit back into the old Legacy affinity. I've got a Nourishing Lich, variant on 4 Horsemen. I pretty much just play Legacy. For Modern, though, I do have a Bant Snakes on a Plane list, and I'm working on a port of Legacy Zombardment into Modern Zombardment. It's still in the works. I haven't actually put it together yet, but maybe I'll play it for fun Sunday. Who knows?
Every now and then I've given him, Alright, so we have got round 4 about to begin.
Alright.
And Wasteland Carl.
It is going to be Wasteland Carl?
Should I put that as his name?
Sure.
No, we got last names.
Oh yeah, so fun fact with the 4 Horsemen. No, I've never been slow played, because I do it right. The one time someone tried to call me on slow play, they got called on slow play when the judge came over and told them to quit whining and just play the game.
Who's on the wall?
No one yet.
Okay. Perfect. Other than that,
No. No. And are you going to be against the wall, or? Alright, give me Wasteland Carl.
okay.
I didn't mean to slow roll. I'm just afraid of this deck.
That's more.
No worries. It was fun. Nice and dramatic. It's set for a perfect suspense moment.
Everyone on stream, and myself included, thought you just had the 3rd drop in hand.
I need a mechanic. Okay.
Keep your hands very, super
Yeah,
close up. And
I tried to do this, but it's
you just gotta hold it really high up so your opponent can't see it, and really flat so the stream can.
So,
yeah.
man, I do say so a lot.
I
Who
try to do
mentioned
it every
that?
once in a while.
Who mentioned that? Dumbinity.
What happened
That
to
last
little,
brainstorm
They were
was
calling me.
so tense.
You've got me figured out. No kidding.
Like, he has an Israel and he has 7 in the air flying. I'm like, I need to
Do something.
pressure.
Yeah. Alright. I think Donovan's trying to.
Other than that, let's head on down to the match.
What?
4th
Yeah.
and final round about to start between Carl up against Marty. Marty on Bug Delver. Carl on Punishing Jund. Let's see it. Okay, so both players getting set up at the moment.
Wasteland.
Yeah.
Dude, that's how we were on the stream.
I just want to make sure you knew.
So for people who don't know on the stream, and myself included, how did he get the name Wasteland Carl?
Well, let me answer another quick question. Do we have pre-reg for the PPTQ? I'm assuming that you're talking about the GPT. We don't have one for the GPT to my knowledge. But that's to my... I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we have one for the GPT. I don't think we have a PPTQ at the moment lined up. But come join us. It will be starting at noon sharp. And I will talk to Dylan. If you keep an eye on our Facebook page, if I can get him to figure out pre-reg, then we will do that. How did he get the name Wasteland Carl? Well, I recently learned this myself. Apparently he was up on the feature match in GPC Tech and against an opponent who had 2 non-basics. It was a famous... Who was it? It was some well-known person. But had 2 Wastelands in play against 2 non-basics. They had nothing else and had been playing no cards on a Miracles deck. Never used them, and eventually that Miracles deck won by landing a Jace. Oh, BBD, that's it. He was playing against BBD.
Okay. And for Dutch, it's going to be Modern on Sunday.
Yes. Come join us for Modern. It's going to be a blast. Plus, it's always cool to meet some of the people that I interact with in the chat. Mm-hmm. I've gotten to do it like 3-4 times total. And it's always really cool to put a face to the name, because I've certainly said it before. I like weirdly have told stories about the people from the chat. So I'm like, I was talking to a guy named Twindom in Dutch the other day, and as Dutch, let me actually put a message out to Dylan, and I will find out if there's a chance in his cup.
Oof, that is quite the drive.
Yeah, let me figure out what's going on with that, and I will get back to you. If you got Dutch, if I don't get back to you or if I don't hear from him before the end of the night, just remind me on Twitter or on Reddit. It's the exact same name, Red Baron MTG. Let me know. I can get an answer and get that answer to you. So, yeah, I'll try and get a match or an answer before the end of the night. But he's currently, disposed. So, we'll get an answer for you. It'll be a blast. And hopefully you can come play with us. So, Bug Delver up against Punishing Jund. Looks like a Liliana the Veil, a Bloodbraid Elf. Punishing Fire, and some lands, and I think one card that I didn't see.
They can start, right?
Yeah. Oh, Dylan. Can people someone's wondering if they can pre-register for Sunday's event, because they'd be driving from Auburn and don't want it to cap.
Send me their first and last name.
Will do.
Yeah. Or actually, I'm sorry. Send me their DCI number.
Okay. Dutch, I can get you pre-registered. If you just want to send your DCI number to me on Reddit or something like that, or whisper it to us through this, get us the DCI number, and we can get you pre-registered. All right. So, an Underground Sea into a Ponder from Marty on Bug Delver. Most Bug Delvers these days, I believe... is it strict? Because I know that Grexus Delver does kind of a 4-color splash. Mm-hmm. But does Bug Delver do any splashes outside of this?
To my knowledge, no. I think Bug pretty much keeps to itself. It's got the colors it needs. Splashing white doesn't really get it much. You don't see a lot of White Delver these days. Splashing reds, I imagine they'd really just be bringing in, maybe Pyromancers or Bolts. At that point, it feels like they'd want to, commit a bit more. So I think Bug just kind of keeps to itself.
Okay. Bug is, tell everyone to bugger off.
Yeah.
And a Bloodstained Mire from Carl, still the main play that we have got. Oh, okay. Shroudless Bug. Makes sense. And from Marty, we are going to be leading into a Misty Rainforest, which is going to be doing some fetching. Probably going to just be finishing out the colors. Actually, okay, going for a second right. Underground Sea. So far, green not critical, at least in their particular choice. And overvoltage. 3 point. You're always a fan of Meddling Mage. That card is
such a fun. Oh, alright, so going for his
him to Turok.
Him to Turok. And
So-
I guess, yeah, needing the double Underground Sea because it's very possible he's not playing Bayous to fuel that.
And unfortunately, they're going to need to use a larger die.
That's always fun.
Yep, currently 7 cards in hand, so probably going to be getting a D8. Always. Drama.
D30 or bust.
D30? If it's anything 9 or above, we'll just re-roll. Easy. Okay, and what have we got here? I'm not quite sure how they're working this out.
Looks like it is a D8, and they're arguing about 1 through 8. So 1, and now just rolling the D6 on it. 2.
Okay, and we've got a Bloodbraid Elf and a hymn.
Alright.
So,
Oh.
not bad.
Them identical hymns.
Yeah, no kidding. So, the Hymn to Turok taken down from Carl, that's going to inhibit probably his turn 2 play. He does now have a Deathrite Shaman, the draw there.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to be playing that one and hoping that sticks around.
Personally, I always find that infinitely infuriating when you're stuck playing your 1-drops as your turn 2 play, but, you know, if that's what he's got to do, it's better than nothing.
Alright.
I know we are seeing a second land out of him, so that's good.
A Verdant Catacombs. And it looks like just a basic swamp for that Deathrite Shaman. So playing around Wasteland probably indicates that he knows that he's up against Delver. They probably, over the course of this tournament, are aware of what they're going up against.
A lot of people, you know, in the small venues like this, we don't try and keep, you know, everyone's being super secretive about all their tech. People know what people are playing, especially if it's the regulars. They know what other people own.
And a Polluted Delta for Marty. Heading into... Where's your threats? A fantastic question, and hopefully we'll be seeing some of them soon.
Based on the colors, I think we can see either a Tasker or a Gurmag Angler coming down pretty fast.
Also, a Delver in hand, so going to be dropping that.
Yeah. Also, the hashtag sarcasm on plain blue-black Delver.
Of course.
Another deck that I played once upon a time.
If you guys could toss another Kappa in there for Joe, that would be great. He can't do it himself. He needs assistance.
I can't do anything.
So,
I'm
a
just here to be
Delver
sarcastic
hitting
and
the
obnoxious.
battlefield. Could you do me a favor and ask him to do lands and back, creatures in front?
You don't like it all, like, just laid out side to
No,
side?
unfortunately, it makes reading the board state
Still don't
significantly
wait in the
easier for
back.
me. Over voltage, nailing it with these capos. You guys are excellent. Okay, so a Delver so far being matched with a Sylvan Library likely means that now does he get to restack though, because it's an upkeep trigger, correct? And the Sylvan Library is at the
Sylvan
draw
Library?
step. So that's actually, he's going to have to reveal the card for Delver, and then he gets to use the Sylvan Library. Time Walking, I'm not sure if we've seen you in the chat before, so welcome, and thanks for joining us, and thanks for tossing out a Kappa. And a Grove of the Burn Willows for Carl, being joined by a forest, also has a basic swamp. We know that he has the Punishing Fire in hand. That didn't get discarded by that Hymn to Turok.
Looking spicy.
So that's about to be a really excellent engine against this Delver of Secrets, and also anything else that Bug Delver can really produce.
Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, obviously, Tarmogoyf's going to get around it, but a lot of the creatures, little onesie-twosie guys, Punishing Fire has a lot to say about that.
And Slowly Crashing, correct. It is at, I was more just verifying that he have to reveal it.
Yep.
Does anybody play Dredge? Yeah. We saw Dredge earlier, and I'm going to sneeze.
Oh, jeez, TJ, how good you.
I'm sorry. So, Punishing Fire, taking down that Delver before it has the opportunity to flip.
Oof, speaking of Tarmogoyf.
My goodness. So, that Tarmogoyf going to be pretty sizable. There is a Tarmogoyf dice near them. Hopefully they spot that, or maybe we might just want to open the door and let them know.
And then the, what? Griftus?
They got it.
Go.
Excellent. Over voltage, thank you. All right. Does anyone play Dredge? Yes. We saw it unfortunately get beat by Reanimator earlier. Currently in the hands
As it
of the store
deserves.
owner. Yeah. So that Tarmogoyf currently a 4-5.
Everyone is to some degree.
I really have to put that sideboard hate up my nose, actually. It's wildly uncomfortable. And we are getting a 2-mana... So, okay, a Tarmogoyf and then another Delver to match that one from Carl. That Punishing Fire is still going to be an excellent tool for disabling these Delvers.
Right.
But so far, a great roadblock in the way of Carl's Tarmogoyf.
Oh, nice. That's just what Carl needed, though, was a red mana so that he can pick up with the Grove and still cast Punishing Fire without having to activate his Deathrite Shaman, which leaves it flexible for other spells later. That's really what he wants to be seeing.
And it is 2 mana. Looks like he has another Deathrite Shaman in play. If you are Carl, do you try and lay down this Liliana, go for a sack ability, or do you go for the...
I think what we want to do here, because the sack is most likely going to be getting that Delver, since it's the least impressive creature in play. So you want to Punishing Fire, get that Delver gone now, maybe just stick your second Deathrite, or leave the first one up to activate.
That second Deathrite will mean that you can probably do both next turn.
Yeah,
Because that's a
so-
3-mana investment and a 3-mana investment. So next turn, able to do that Punishing Fire and a Liliana,
Right.
clear whatever board's there, or start ticking that up, destroying Delver's hand, which is already down to 2.
And also, if he needs to, if Delver doesn't drop another threat, Liliana comes in and deals with Goyf.
Absolutely.
And then he's looking at double Deathrite, Liliana, and Goyf to his opponent's Sylvan Library. That's
Hooray!
an awesome board state to be in. Plus, getting to start punishing for that, extra 1-2 points of damage a turn. That just puts Punishing John in a fantastic board state.
Alright, so looks like just drawing one card off of that Sylvan Library, and we are going to see a Ponder. Use the Grove to pick up...
I like it.
Yeah, Twindom, I like it. I'm not sure if actually he has a whole lot more cards in hand that he wants to keep, but if he does, that's going to be an excellent mode for doing that.
I don't know, I mean, based on what we've seen tonight, I think Basking Root Walla is your number one go-to pitch to Liliana.
And another Tarmogoyf coming out, so that Liliana becoming a little bit more relevant now.
Yeah.
That minus ability going to be able to take down one of them.
Yep,
And,
and then you've got your own Goyf to play with the other. Looking good.
And plenty of mana still up. 4 mana, so can even activate some of those Deathrite Shamans if Carl wants to.
Yeah, start eating those Ponders, get some extra damage through. Lock up combat with the Tarmogoyf stalemate, and then just win on the back of Deathrites. Never a bad plan.
Alright. Fire Temper is number 1. You're wrong.
Alright, looks like seeing a force on that Liliana, which does hurt Carl's plan to some degree, but that gets Marty down to no cards in hand. Not the worst place to be.
No, both of them in top deck mode. This is what Jund is looking to do, and has that Punishing Fire as an option. Unfortunately, both Tarmogoyfs still on the battlefield, and that Liliana getting countered, they're 5/6s.
Yep.
So...
And this also leaves the Sylvan Library to help Marty gain board state. Oof, and that is going to hurt.
And 2 Tarmogoyfs looking down 2 Deathrite Shamans. Really starting to wonder the decisions that Carl made. At this point, Carl's wondering, how did I get here?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he made good decisions, just ended up in the wrong place.
Getting pretty aggressive with these blocks, actually.
I don't know if that's necessarily right. Getting a quick 2 damage, life gain, and then gain 2 life of his own.
Looks
Eating a Delver
like it.
and Abrupt Decay, maybe? I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Some of them will be gaining you life, some of them will be draining life.
Well, with the mana he's tapping, he only has 1 green and 1 black available. So I'm just
Draining
wondering
him.
if it matters which specific spells he's taking.
Against Delver, I can't imagine that it has a huge impact.
No.
So we are into the
guess.
top deck mode, and doesn't look like
It's
another
not
land.
looking good for Punishing John here.
Bayou looking down a turn 2 clock. Or a 2-turn clock, sorry.
Yep.
Alright, so this could be the end of game 1. Bug Delver off to kind of a rough start, but...
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Twindom, nailing it. And a pickup cards from Carl. Alright, so, pretty solid game one. Unfortunately, just ran out of gas for Carl there, and those Tarmogoyfs, very unfortunate to really, those couldn't get controlled by that Punishing Fire, which is normally so good at controlling those creature-based decks. Getting both of those, that Sylvan Library did end up having a pretty large impact.
Yep, Carl did not see nearly as much removal as he needed to. Marty got the timing down just right on sticking his Goyfs and being able to back him up.
Mm-hmm. So, let's give game one there to Marty with a pretty solid win.
Yep.
Punishing Jund, things that we can expect them to bring in. Let's talk about that. What kind of things are you expecting?
Well, based on what I just watched him throw down, it looks like we're seeing some Red Elemental Blasts, a couple of Pernicious Deeds. All that seems just fine.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to find the lists for it.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
It looks like he's taking out a couple of Punishing Fires, which is probably fine. Just because, they don't really deal with the Tarmogoyfs as well as a lot of his other responses. So yeah, I think what he really is going to be looking for here is more removal.
Chains of Mephistopheles, if he's got them.
Oh, there we go. Everyone, chains. Chains for days.
Absolutely. Pernicious Deed, an option.
Yep, and I think we did see him bringing it in, and RABs over Pyroblast.
Pyroblast.
Which, in this match, is essentially just a matter of preference. It's not really going to make a difference here.
Also, Golgari Charms in that sideboard.
Oof, Golgari Charm is a fun card. Might be sticking out for the same reason you don't really want your Punishing Fire, in that it's not going to kill as many of Bug Delver's creatures as you want it to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we saw a question just go by in the stream, or in the chat, of a Legacy deck for 500 or less. Definitely stick around, and we can devote some time to that after this round. I'd love to talk about different, cheaper brews.
Also Burn.
Yeah, that came up. Burn is going to be your first
almost
option.
Exactly 500.
Really?
Yeah.
Nourishing Lich is under 200. Boom.
Boom. Also, Manaless Dredge is not so much a magic deck so much as it is a parallel magic experience. Just a thought.
But it's pretty cheap.
But it is pretty cheap.
I mean,
not
even standard Dredge, I imagine, is fairly cheap. It's got LEDs at 80 a piece, 70, 80, and yeah.
I mean, those LEDs are painful though.
Yeah,
they
but
actually
I mean,
recently went up because they're on the reserve list.
Oh, really?
They're like to 120.
Oh,
yeah,
brutal.
Nourishing Lich is incredible.
Well, I've won an 8-man with that deck.
I think Quick Row is being serious.
Okay. I don't know, that ellipse has given me some sass.
Alright, so we're going to have Carl on the play with Punishing Jund. Again, something that I mentioned earlier, being on the play is a huge boost for them.
Mm-hmm.
Because
getting his turn 2 Tarmogoyf before Bug Delver does, and it looks like it's already going to be a 5/6. That's going to be huge for this game.
And also just landing Hand Disruption and being the first player to land that Hindu Turok, also very impactful.
Oh yeah, well, and especially a really great option out of Punishing Jund here, assuming he isn't running into Dazes and the like, which I assume Bug Delver's likely to bring out, assuming he had any to begin with, being on the play. If he is able to turn 1 Deathrite Shaman into a turn 2 Liliana, that's going to be so strong. And
Quickfire, what drove it up? Eternal Masters. So every card on the reserved list has been skyrocketing in price for the last 4 days.
So very similar to what we saw with the original Modern Masters printing. I was like, oh, there's going to be an increase in accessibility to the format. I have to get in now. Mm-hmm. And there was a much bigger increase in the players, so much better, a much larger demand than the actual increase in the supply. And we're already seeing that with cards on the reserve list that are guaranteed not to be reprinted, to everyone's knowledge thus far. So anything on the reserve list with this potential spike in legacy players is seeing a spike in price, while hopefully we see a drop in price on anything that is getting reprinted to keep the format, or at least some decks in the format, accessible.
It looks like both players actually going down to 6.
Indeed. Keeps
So-
it somewhat fair here.
Certainly, I do think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Jund mulligans better than Delver. But that could, I feel like they both mulligan fairly well.
I don't know. I was going to say the other way around, but yeah, I mean, definitely these aren't the worst decks to be taking mulligans. The threat density in both of them is high enough that, you know, they get some lands and they're looking decent.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're playing a combo deck that requires a very specific opener.
Yeah, these are not critical mass decks.
Yeah.
Is the main point.
Right.
And I think partially I might just be taking a little bit of my Modern knowledge, because at least in Modern, Jund would mulligan better than a Delver deck.
But as is coming up in the chat here, Delver has
Brainstorm.
cantrips. Yeah,
Yeah.
Brainstorm and Ponder, so that they mulligan pretty smoothly down to, you know, 5. If they get a cantrip, a Delver, a land, they're set.
Yeah, that's a really good point that did not occur to me in that moment. Okay, so we do have a nice set of lands. Looks like is that a Chain Lightning or a Bolt for punishing Jund? I would be surprised to see
assuming
Chain Lightning,
Bolt.
but it looked a bit like I think it's just
a ye old bolt.
I think that you are correct.
Ooh, seeing a fast wasteland out of Bug Delver. Normally the kind of thing you see from Jund.
Okay. Habser, I've been calling you that. Hopefully it's correct. Hold on to that question. Remind us of it at the end of this round, because that's one that, as we talk about more, will just take up a decent amount of our time.
Yeah.
A Forest into a Deathrite Shaman for Carl does have at least one fetch in the graveyard.
So we can probably assume that Deathrite was his draw for the turn, considering he passed on an empty Badlands last turn.
Absolutely true.
Alright, and here's Delver getting that Ponder. Nicely fetching for his Ponder.
The previously mentioned cantrips.
Yep. Just helps smooth out that mulligan and keep his hand looking nice.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Dimenity. It certainly depends on the combo deck, as Quickrar mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I'm certainly not going to start nitpicking people. It will hurt some number of your games. Absolutely.
Playing Shock Silver duels?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And we've seen a lot of players do that before the proxies were allowed here. There were a couple people who, in the process of building up a legacy deck, would have everything but their duels, and you'd see them losing by 1-2 points of damage, and that really does suck. But that's the way it is.
Certainly, but
That's why dual lands are as expensive as they are.
I would still say that when you're taking a look at the price line,
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are a good functional replacement
Oh,
in most cases.
for sure.
You will lose games because of it, but you will also save some number of money if you can't afford that.
And you'll get to play. Like, if that's all that's stopping you, sure, you're not going to be as competitive, but you'll be playing. That's better than nothing.
So, a Dark Confidant joining this Deathrite Shaman, tapping the Deathrite Shaman and not using the Verdant Catacombs. And what are your thoughts on that? Is that just so that he can save it up in case Marty plays a Wasteland? Maybe trying to avoid getting Wastelanded, because he wants to go for a duel.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of opening himself up, keeping that back, using that Deathrite for the timing, that's my thought.
For sure. I think that makes sense.
The Verdant Catacombs being matched by Marty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. True, if you're running Daze, then those
Yeah,
shocks
you're-
are going to hurt a lot.
Oh, no kidding. And you can't just, slip a couple extra basics in there very easily, unless you're planning to just run a lot of islands.
So, the Underground Sea and the Verdant Catacombs, not able to see what is in Marty's hand at the moment, but seems to be contemplating at least making some sort of play, and cracking this one means that we're going to see a 2-mana play of some sort. I'm expecting Sylvan Library. That's been a pretty consistent drop. A Tarmogoyf being another option, and going
Yeah.
for a Bayou. So,
so we did
a
have
green
the
source
last
either.
game.
A green source being grabbed either way.
Yep.
Alright. Domenity, as far as rejoining into Modern, feel free to join us for our Modern streams as well on Wednesdays and Saturdays. The schedule is below the chat and to the right.
I was seeing a Delver and a Deathrite. That
Okay.
works well, too.
Yeah,
And, seeing the Red Blast on the Delver, just helping
keep
his
it from
opponent down.
resolving. Yep. And we see a Deathrite Shaman, so 2 Deathrite Shamans and a Dark Confidant on Carl's side of the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this Dark Confidant is going to be a pretty interesting card for this matchup. Because
sure.
if these players end up getting to a board parity, this Dark Confidant goes from being a huge advantage, which it still is, and proving to be right now for that Grove of the Burn Willows.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, when does it become an inhibition? Punishing Gent has a pretty cool option in that once they enable that Punishing Fire as well,
They can just kill their own Bob.
at almost no card disadvantage to themselves. So that is going to be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Something I'm seeing in the chat I'd also like to get back to after this match is the overlap between some decks in Modern and Legacy.
Ask us
It's
after
a
this.
really fun topic.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got a swing for 2 with that Dark Confidant getting aggressive.
Yeah, definitely no reason not to right here. Probably no instant speed tricks that you can ever expect out of Bug Delver, so, you know.
Certainly. And Demenity, thank you for the compliment, actually. That's really kind. All right, so Dark Confidant, nailing it. Certainly. And the card advantage is going to, I mean, with Marty not having played that Sylvan Library, which might have been able to at least perform some sort of match in card advantage, or at least card quality, getting to pick from the top 3.
Right.
Going to start getting outclassed just through Dark Confidant providing 2 cards to Bug Delver's 1. And while those cantrips might be helpful, like Brainstorm, I don't think that that's going to be enough or nearly as consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, taking a look at those 3, we're going to be getting 2 back. No fetch land on the battlefield currently. Hasn't played the land yet. But really, we're looking for Marty to play a fetch land. Otherwise, they're going to be Brainstorm locking themselves, which is one of those situations that Marty does not want to be in.
No.
Especially, again, looking at this. Never mind. Still taking 4.
Oof.
Dismember out of Legacy is not something that I've seen a ton of, honestly.
It's not the most common, but it's definitely not unheard of. It is still a strong card.
Yeah, okay. So it's just maybe just in personal, and certainly you've seen more Legacy than I have to a pretty extreme extent. But Dismember, just a card that I've always, on some level, defined as more of a modern card in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not incredibly prevalent in Legacy, but there are some decks that do like to take advantage of it, as we see Bug Delver here, because you get to, you know, you can cast it for 1 mana in a pinch.
On anything.
Or you can, you know, if you don't have anything else going on, you can save yourself the life. There are some other decks, like a Merfolk deck tends to play a couple, just because it is an easy removal spell, hits a lot of the big threats, most Tarmogoyfs even, and doesn't require them to actually splash an additional color. It's
Okay.
just an easy way for a lot of decks to gain access to some pretty general removal.
So, Tarmogoyf coming in for Carl, being matched by a Tarmogoyf and a Delver from this Bug Delver deck. So, again, just playing some excellent cards to continue matching it.
Unfortunately, until that Delver flips, Deathright Shaman is really the key card now.
Yeah, basically it's a 1-2 looking at a 1-1 in the oddities of life.
Yeah, it wins the combat, and it is actually getting damage through without fighting.
And actually, at this point, as long as there are more spells to hit, that Deathright Shaman is going to outrace that Delver.
Yeah.
Because it only needs to activate
Oh, yeah, looking at life totals especially.
5 times to Delver's 7.
Mm-hmm.
So, pretty interesting. And a Pernicious Deed. Oof. Pretty solid.
In case it comes down to that.
I mean, Pernicious Deed can actually activate for 0 right now. So you don't even have to take down your own Deathright Shaman?
Very true. Once that Delver flips, Deed on 0 is going to be amazing. Until then, it's a little awkward because it'll just, you know, end up in identical board states, either nothing or 1v1 Goyfs.
Yeah.
But if that Delver flips, he's going to win the board state. If it doesn't flip, he's currently still ahead in board state.
So Carl actually had a very good board position right now.
I like it a lot.
Okay, so Marty able to actually surprising amount of card advantage compared to Carl, even though Carl was able to use so many of those cards off of Dark Confidant. And a Hymn to Turok going to be taking down that Maelstrom Pulse in hand. So a 1-for-1 trade wouldn't have been super relevant because hitting the Tarmogoyf or the Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah,
would
at
have
this
killed
point,
his
the
own.
Deathrite Shaman.
So pretty interesting at that point that when you have a lot of
Mhm.
those cards on the same side,
Yeah.
Maelstrom Pulse starts to become not quite a liability. I don't want to
No,
say that because
it's-
you're only going to cast it,
It
if it's
becomes
better
more
for
and
you.
more situational.
Exactly. You really have to start evaluating who has the better
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf. You know, who
Yep.
has the better Deathrite Shaman.
And at this point, it does get a little trickier now that there's 2 Deathrites in play. But I think...
I think right now Carl is still very much advantaged just
Yes.
because of the huge life total advantage.
For sure. But, you know, now we start getting into Deathrite Shaman fights, and no one wants to activate because whoever activates first loses.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really top decking to see who's going to come out on top.
And never mind.
And
Hooray!
forget everything I said. Carl wins the Deathrite Shaman war
Magic
by
is fun.
having a Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, that's really the best way. My favorite way to win a race is by reducing my opponent's life total to 0.
You win the race by being the only one with feet.
That might be the best way I've heard it put. Put that on a t-shirt too. G-Lavamancer, get in touch with me. And is that a I'm sorry, I'm not. It's 1 mana. My target creature gets -2 disfigure. That is a disfigure, which is going to actually be going for that Deathrite Shaman.
Yep.
Pernicious Deed taking down the Delver, the disfigure taking down the Deathrite Shaman. Going to be
Getting one last
activating it.
activation.
But otherwise, now we are looking at a Tarmogoyf versus a Tarmogoyf. Marty with the advantage of having 1 card in hand, and that is the end of what this game has come down to.
Yep. I think what we're looking for here from Carl is just to see the Punishing Fire so we can start getting that...
Or
the second Goyf.
now that Maelstrom Pulse is bad. So
Yes.
This is that situational point.
And this is the point where he just attacks Goyf and wins.
Pretty much, because they're 4/5s right now. That Polluted Delta, not going to be
Fetch.
excellent.
No, that Delta, unless, you know, Marty's got some more combat tricks up his sleeve, that Zola's not doing anything for him, because he can't activate...
And- Oh.
We actually are at 5/6 Goyfs, so unless he's got something we don't see...
Surprisingly, Marty not picking up his cards makes me think that at least something exists. And...
Nope.
hopefully you've are you aware of the whole Jund dogma, which is to just top deck better than than your opponent?
I've played against Jund. I've had my opponent, you know, be at 1 life for 4 turns with a Bob in play and just flip land, be like, alright, reveal land, draw Abrupt Decay. Reveal land, draw Liliana. It's like, oh, okay.
Nice.
It's
Nailed it.
infuriating.
Well, you play well, you get rewarded.
Or you just get rewarded and get rewarded.
Again, t-shirts. I need to start making t-shirts. Here's a quick question. Completely non-relevant to this, but nonetheless. Down the line, again, operating on a budget of significantly in the red. Would t-shirts be something people would be interested in? I'm honestly not sure. So, if people would eventually be interested, whether it be just from, like, weird quotes, or possibly, honestly, I don't think that we're popular enough to do this yet, but maybe down the line, have, like, the Geek Stream or a Geek Fortress shirt that is somehow related to the stream.
Just TJ's face on a shirt. No words. Just...
With the word so. So!
Just like a really nice, candid picture of TJ mid-sentence, make some, like, weird face, and then just, so, right below it.
Nice. And slowly crashing, nailing it. You are now quoted within our system. What? You are an official... Oh, you want to look at this one.
Oh.
You are now an official quote.
Oh, no.
Congratulations and welcome to the Hall of Heroes.
I like it.
So, yeah, that's a question. If you guys would eventually one day be interested in t-shirts, let me know and I can start investigating it. But certainly it would be some ways down the line. Probably would have to at least see this grow to the point where I can try and get like a subscription button with Twitch or something along that line.
Yep.
But yeah, still something kind of cool.
Yeah.
So, getting ready for Game 3, Carl versus Marty, here in the final round of our Legacy Tournament. About 15 minutes left, so we may not be able to get into the round. But, For those of you who are just joining us, my name is TJ,
My name is Joe.
and we are streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
This is, I think, probably our biggest Legacy stream to date.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Modern usually being the more popular one, but you guys are putting up a great showing this time.
Mhm.
So, if this is your first time joining us, hit that follow button. We do this stream for Legacy every Friday at 7:30 Pacific time, and also stick around for our modern streams because I like to think that those are pretty fun as well.
Probably alright.
But the long story short is that I spend a whole lot of time in this supply closet.
In this forest, let's be real here.
Sorry, I spend a lot of time lost in the woods. That's a card. I spend a lot of time lost in the woods.
Yeah. And getting to the chat, yeah, we have Legacy every Friday. TJ's here streaming them all. I'm currently just in every other, and then I try and get a couple games on stream. Yeah, super fun.
One of these days, I'll convince him to join me for all of them. If you guys want to tell him how great he is as a co-host, that's another way to do it. I certainly try
Or
to tell
just
him.
yell at me so I just play silly decks for you guys every week. Either or.
That too. we would lose out on some of our silly deck value, but I think David Bradbury might be able to back that up a decent amount. So, Underground Sea into a Delver. Great aggressive start from Bug Delver.
Yep. It's doing what they're supposed to.
All right. And Carl looks like going, okay, just Verdant Catacombs, doesn't have the turn one play and doesn't want to open himself up to the Wasteland. So
sure.
keeping it back.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly, if anyone's going to be aware of Wasteland. So, a polluted Delta from Marty. So far not cracking it. No flip on that Delver. And one interesting thing is that when I'm playing against Delvers, is you gain a huge amount of advantage just by noticing when they don't flip.
Yep.
Because for every single one of those, you have to know that it's a creature or a land, and you can start producing this inventory of cards. Yeah. Alright. Nice. Quickrar making a Nourishing Lich joke.
I really like that.
So Red Elemental Blast off of a Badlands for Carl, taking down that Delver. Just a Deathrite Shaman left. So makes me wonder what he might be trying. Maybe just using the most efficient. Yes.
Yep, this is Wasteland Carl.
And Sweeks, thank you for joining. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before, but thanks for joining. Hopefully you're having fun. As always, questions, comments, and feedback always welcome in the chat. Both positive and negative feedback more than welcome.
Yeah.
Sometimes we got to know what we can improve, and sometimes we got to know what we're doing right and should continue doing.
Yep. Let us know what to stop doing. Let us know what to keep doing. We want to make this as good as possible for everyone out there watching us.
That's how every relationship works. Alright, and we've got another Verdant Catacombs from Carl. He does have a Wasteland in hand. He seems to be wanting to at least not use that at the moment. Maybe going to try and catch Marty, cutting him off of a color if he doesn't have a fetch land up.
For sure. It's always a good play to try and be on.
Mm-hmm. So we have got another fetch from Carl, going to be going down to 17. And we can adjust. Yeah, we'll do it. Okay.
I want to say so bad.
Certainly, we can answer that one at the end of this round. With. Hey.
Hello.
So, broski?
And actually, the Punishing Fire in Carl's hand probably going to be taken on that Deathrite Shaman
Probably, I suppose, yeah.
before any of that value is able to get gained. I think
I always think of it as being for 1 damage because I'm so used to the gain a life, ping you for 2, net damage of 1. But it is 2 damage.
it is 2
How many
damage.
viewers you got today?
95,
About
briefly.
90, yeah.
It's doing well.
Okay.
Alright.
Taking off, man?
I am.
Alright.
You
Good
guys
seeing you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, goodbye.
Cool.
Goodbye,
Hope to see you around.
And Marty probably going to be, looks like responding because it fetched for a tropical island. What is that?
It's a magic card. It looks like Carl's not too happy about it either.
What is it? If you guys happen to know what that is based on art, let us know. Is that a Psionic Blast? I hope it's a Psionic Blast. Counterspell and they lose 2? Divert. Divert? What?
Oh, I should have known that. Beautiful card.
Amazing!
The other misdirection.
Oh,
Love it.
man.
Love it.
That is delightful. Back now, a quick answer for what do we play in Legacy. I play Burn, like I do in almost every format, in addition to whatever decks. And you play a little bit of everything, but they're all brews.
A lot, yeah.
You won't recognize their name.
No, I rattled off a bunch of names earlier, and someone recognized Nourishing Lich, and that's awesome, but most of them are unique decks that I play.
There's a decent chance that they recognized it because of you being here.
Yeah!
Alright, and it looks like not, I mean, the death rate is currently tapped, but Twindom making a great point in that Marty is going to have to prioritize getting rid of that Punishing Fire out of Carl's graveyard.
For sure.
Nothing
wrong with Psionic Blast.
Slowly
I've seen
crashing.
people win with it.
Exactly. Slowly crashing is the people that lose to it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Were you in Portland back in 2014?
Alright, so another Deathrite Shaman and a Delver coming down for Marty. And so that is actually a really aggressive hand. Carl only on 2 mana at the moment. Needs to get something going. Has a Dark Confidant in hand to start generating some sort of card advantage.
Definitely something, but with all the damage we can see Marty throwing at him, Confidant might end up hurting him, but...
Oh, absolutely. And especially if this flips, it's going to be huge.
But that's what it does.
And we have actually a red Elemental Blast. Probably going to be pointing that at that Delver to
Most
at least
likely
inhibit that somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
But, and actually maybe letting them untap seems surprising for me. I was expecting him to kind of do that in the main phase.
Yeah.
And in response to the trigger, we're going to be seeing it happen. But,
I suppose. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Let it flip, let him swing, and then kill it, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's happening. It's going to happen.
Not quite sure what the delay there, but apparently they figured it out.
Yep.
And we have got the draw. So, 2 Dark Confidants, 2 lanes for Marty. Sorry. I think I called him Monty earlier. I don't know why.
I didn't catch it if you did.
Yeah, well. But for Marty, and Carl currently tapped out with 3 lands. Bloodbraid Elf would be a very excellent. I mean, not off the top.
Right.
Flipping a land into a Bloodbraid Elf, that is...
Well, he has the Wasteland. He does have that 4th land.
And an Abrupt Decay on that. And actually, does he have a Pernicious Deed in hand?
I don't know. I saw the stream talking about that. Deed. Yeah. No, it doesn't look like it, but
Yep.
Oh, he does.
Yep, right there
right.
now at the front. So we're gonna see an untap into a Deed. Might be taking a lot of damage, but I don't think that Marty has a whole lot of options as far as handling that. Now that Abrupt Decay is out of hand.
Right. I think saving that Deed to crack for 2 coming up here would be best, but cracking it for 1 in a pinch.
Also has him to Turok and a Tarmogoyf. We might see him trying to do the him and drop a Tarmogoyf to match that.
But
and then
I don't know, without the guaranteed next land not being able to...
You'd rather Pernicious Deed, hit it for 2, and then drop a Tarmogoyf.
I think, drop the Deed now. Just saving a land for potential days, not the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Then on your next turn, you get to crack and cast Goyf. That's really making a big swing, because you're getting rid of your opponent's Goyf and sticking your own.
Puts you in the position of taking some damage this turn for a huge upside later.
Yeah, and you're just making your own Goyf even bigger because you'll have that enchantment as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Looks like we did not see the Wasteland, though. I mean... a Brainstorm out of Marty.
Mm-hmm.
And Carl not using the Wasteland currently. There's a joke there, to be certain. Alright.
I was going to say, you should just put in some basics.
Ah, nice.
So you could be Waste Carl instead of Wasteland Carl.
Oh, to Mage, I can bring up that up. It is a Pernicious Deed. And I can bring that up. 3-minute enchantment. You can pay X and sacrifice it to destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with converted mana cost X or less.
Oh, so he's going to go ahead and Deed for 1 here.
Interesting. So it's an interesting choice to go for 1. Maybe just expecting to try and get into a Goyf battle, but that's actually even going to make the Goyf larger. So wouldn't you want to do that post-combat rather than get it up to being a 4-5 anyway?
I would think so, yeah.
But a little bit surprising, we saw a life drain there, and then that thing up to a 4-5, going to be putting him down to 9. Might be, maybe we missed a card in hand that is removal, but I don't think so.
It looks like he was getting wasted and
Wanted
used
to
his
use
waste to
Crack
deed
it.
for 1 in response.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. And to SF Guile, thanks for joining us. I'm not sure if I've seen you before, but appreciate having you.
It's drawing the extra land so that he still would have been able to deed for 2 and get everything else going on.
Still a little bit surprising to go for it. Maybe...
What?
What just happened?
Let me go check. Maybe the wasteland was on the bayou instead of the wasteland?
Gotcha. Joe is about to explain that to us.
There's just a touch of confusion. When Carl was wastelanded, he assumed it was his wasteland being targeted. It was actually the bayou, so they were just correcting the board state.
Gotcha. Okay. And those wastelands taking down Marty's 2 lanes, left with a polluted delta. And Abrupt Decay taking down the Tarmogoyf, and actually the game getting back to a pretty good spot.
Yeah, alright, looks like Carl's doing much better now. Certainly not life total-wise, but in terms of board state, he could certainly be doing worse.
Certainly.
And that Goyf's going to do quite a bit of damage to Marty and start to even things out.
For a game 3, even the clock, and of course another Abrupt Decay, and also looks to be a Maelstrom Pulse and a Hymn to Turok?
Yep.
Is that the...
Definitely the Hymn to Turok that we saw him attempting to cast before the corrected board state. The Abrupt Decay, yeah.
Pretty solid, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, all he actually has available to cast right now is the Decay. But,
it's going to get used,
and there it is.
The win going to Carl on punishing Jund. So, not much time left. Let's go ahead and bring it back up to us, and we will say a quick hello to everybody and hang out and talk.
Yeah.
So, see you in just a moment in the booth, as they call it. Thank you for joining us. That was the end of our matches. So for those of you who are taken off, don't forget to hit that follow button. But stick around. We'll be hanging out, talking to you guys a little bit. So if you want to hang out, have some fun, ask whatever questions that you've got or things that you would like us to answer, let us know. We're more than happy. We're going to be here hanging out a bit.
Yeah.
To those of you taken off, I do want to say thank you for joining us. It is always... such a huge and important thing that you guys are here. I get to have an absolute blast doing this with you guys and for you guys, and it's because so many of you repetitively show up that we have continued to do this, which started off as a idea. I mean, as all things do, and it's become significantly more than I thought possible. So thank you to everybody who hits that follow button, who shows up even if they haven't and just hung out with us for a little bit. I appreciate it, and we can move on to some other things. Go ahead and talk about, and know that you wanted to talk about Natural Order, so hit it.
Alright, yeah, so my first inclination is to say play Natural Order. I assume you're talking Legacy, because you're talking about Natural Order. That's going to be your best friend. You 100% want to be playing Natural Order in Legacy Elves. That gets you really easy access to your Crater Hoof Behemoth, which is one of your strongest win cons. Just do it. Be good to yourself. Play Natural Order in your Elf stack.
So what is the reasoning to not play Natural Order?
Being wrong? I don't know. That's not really something I've even seen come up as a question before. It's just always been Natural Order is Elf's best friend. That's what you want to be doing.
Mm-hmm. And High Tide Reanimator Show and Tell, still good cards, significantly better when Dig Through Time was legal.
Yeah. I don't know that Reanimate decks took that much advantage of Dig Through Time. Since, they wanted to be comboing out quickly, a lot of the cards they're putting in the graveyard, they want to stay in the yard or come into play. They don't want to just feed it to Delving. But yeah, Show and Tell decks loved Dig Through Time.
The decks are still good, but not on top.
Yeah.
How much do we think Eternal Masters cards are going to be worth? Really, what I'm expecting... Okay, Reanimator wasn't big. My bad.
Yeah.
I wasn't really playing as much Legacy during that time. So, Eternal Masters cards, I'm hoping that they do it right. And actually, looking at the allocations that they had for the stores, taking a look, it seems like they actually got close to the print run of Modern Masters 2.
Okay. So
With maybe a little bit less. It's like all the numbers maxed are the same, but the minimum is a little bit lower on some. So this could actually be a really solid one for just helping get those cards out.
Okay.
The biggest thing that is going to affect prices at this point is what rarities they put those cards at.
For sure.
For the draft environment. We've already seen Wasteland at Rare. That's going to help out a lot. We've seen Force of Will at Mythic. That one makes sense to me. That seems like a concession to making those chase Mythics. But I think that the biggest thing is hopefully they make some really cool reprints with uncommon rarity and common rarity. That was the biggest thing that I really liked about Modern Masters 1 that I wasn't a huge fan of in Modern Masters 2. They fixed some of the things about Modern Masters in 2, especially with a much better print run size.
Yeah.
But Modern Masters 1 had this really big benefit in which a lot of the rares and mythics went up in price. And that was unfortunate because of too small of a print run. Didn't really accommodate for how big the format was going to be growing.
Right.
But uncommons during that time were really achievable. And it was all those cards that you don't really have a reason not to test it in a deck, except previously it was a card that, for no reason other than it was out of print for a while, would be $8 for an uncommon that would be tested out sometimes. And it was really cool for enabling those kinds of things. Even if the rares and mythics, I think Modern Masters 2 failed in that regard by giving us a lot of those cards at rare and mythic, but really let me down as far as the uncommons and commons go. And I'm hoping Eternal Masters follows suit with Modern Masters 1 while matching the print run of Modern Masters 2.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of really good commons and uncommons that they can put into the Eternal Masters format. You know, just a lot of things people don't really think about that much. Reprint Brainstorm. Sure, reprint Ponder, Preordain. These are all things that do exist in the older formats that people would love to see and that you can very easily throw into, you know, common, uncommon slots. Lightning Bolt. It's a very popular card. It's never going away. Reprinted as a common. It's always been a common. Easy. Everyone's going to love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Feline Longmore, the very, well, at least within the Legacy playing community, pretty well known.
Yeah.
High Tide player. So, Feline Longmore, extremely talented.
Yeah.
High Tide player.
Man.
Probably the best High Tide player that there is.
Well, she's been playing nothing but High Tide for years. Knows the deck better than probably almost anyone.
Did a fantastic AMA one day
really?
while on a train going to an event.
cool.
Happened to just hop on a laptop, use their Wi-Fi, and did an AMA for like 4 hours while on a train.
That's
it was
awesome.
really cool.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Bolt has no value. You shush. Bolt is the best Bolt ever. And it's actually, funnily enough, after all of its reprints and sometimes being a common, sometimes being it's still like a $2 to $3 card consistently, which is pretty impressive. Oh, okay. Apparently, she took a small break from High Tide. Nonetheless, as we are discussing all kinds of things, one thing to keep in mind is if you put @GeekFortress in your question, comment, or feedback, we love having this discussion at the end. It's also one of, I love doing this commentary. It's a lot of fun. I honestly feel like I have improved at it pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Certainly sometimes it's less than what I would like, but I feel like I'm getting better at providing that commentary. And I still look forward to these at the end of the stream things where we just get to hang out with you guys, talk with you, have fun, and discuss. And part of that is also, I want you guys to be part of that discussion because you guys are as much a part of this stream as we are. Certainly in many aspects more important.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't be here without you guys.
Exactly. So, as these conversations come up, feel free to toss out those things that you want us to discuss, toss out those questions, toss out those things that can help us improve, and when those questions come up, jump in on that conversation. Because the active chat, and that's just something that we have a lot of fun, and I think makes this stream somewhat unique in its aspect, is that interactivity with the chat, and I think that that's something that I'd like to hold on to going forward. So, yeah, just tossing that out, and saying that she's probably the best High Tide player on the West Coast is probably incorrect, only because she's probably the best High Tide player anywhere. Decks that cross the border of Modern and Legacy. That was a great point.
Yeah, we were going to talk about that from earlier. Yeah, so a lot of decks, you do see similar archetypes, at least with the same name, across Modern and Legacy. And sometimes they translate well between formats. Sometimes they really just hold the name. So you do see elves in Modern and Legacy. You see Eldrazi. Some people are trying it. Definitely a strong Modern deck now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Merfolk is one you see in both formats. It's not popular right now in Legacy, but if you show up with it as kind of like a rogue deck, you can do well. Yeah, Burn for sure. That I think is one of the easiest to translate between formats.
Modern Burn to Legacy Burn is a $100 investment to make it actually cheaper than Modern Burn.
There you go.
Fun fact.
Yeah, so Burn is a solid deck in both formats. Affinity is a good Modern deck and a very different and somewhat less good Legacy deck. But, I mean, it does still exist. You can definitely play it and have fun with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as a fun little fact, I wouldn't recommend this at larger tournaments, but you can play Modern Affinity with very small edits actually in a Legacy tournament.
Yeah, for sure.
For the small cost of maybe some Ancient Tombs, some number of maybe Mindbreak Trap for the sideboard or something. Or, that's the one that counters a spell, right? Yeah.
The exile spells off the stack for dealing with Storm.
Yep. So, that is definitely an option. You can do that significantly. There is a much slower, more consistent, and powerful Legacy Affinity, but it's doable if that's what you're looking to do. Talk about Legacy Affinity.
Miracles is the reason Legacy Affinity doesn't exist anymore. That's pretty much what it comes down to. I was playing Legacy Affinity. That was my first Legacy deck ever. I loved it. It was fantastic. But with the rise of Miracles, the meta shifted, and that just crushed Legacy Affinity. The existence of Terminus makes the deck so much harder to actually pilot to a victory.
And Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, and Abrupt Decay. Those two coming up at the exact same time, removal that you really don't get to deal with, it just hurts that deck so much. And the Terminus, you don't have shuffle effects, so it's effectively a Wrath of God. When they're gone, you're never going to get them back until you actually go through your entire library, and Miracles isn't going to let you get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
So the deck has to change a lot to continue to be competitive in this meta, and I'm actually experimenting a little bit with different sideboards to try and help fight through Miracles.
If you guys have ideas, send those ideas to us at...
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to the left-right perspective here. You'd think I'd be better at it, though. There is a theory that Zendikar fetches will be in Eternal Masters. I'm a little bit hopeful of it, but I'd prefer to see them in something with a much bigger print run. Personally. Does Boggles have a place in Modern anymore? A little bit outside of the Legacy, but to toss out the quick answer, yes. It is in a little bit of a weird spot right now with the Eldrazi, and unfortunately anything Modern related is really around that Eldrazi. But right now, Liliana's not a particularly high value card. Boggles definitely does have a place, but it is and has always been somewhat of a meta deck, to where if it becomes the best deck, it will stop becoming the best deck, because there are those options just through edicts that can do so well against it. Unfortunately, there are no more rounds, but Boggles, great deck. I know a couple of people that play it as their main and do pretty well on a local level. And even at larger tournaments, they can be excellent. The trick is knowing your deck very well.
Yep.
And if you can make any sort of decisions, play around with it. The biggest issue with Boggles is its own opening hands, that it can get punished with those. So certainly there's some work to be done in Boggles, and hopefully we can see it continue on. How about Jund in both formats? Can you talk about that one?
I don't know too much about Modern, but I believe, they're not allowed to play the Punishing Fire and Grove with Brimwells combo, which is unfortunate. That's, a very strong piece for the Legacy Jund. And even if they were, I don't think it would be as effective in Modern as it is in Legacy. Obviously we saw the Tarmogoyfs have a lot to say about... Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and address this. Jund is in Legacy. We saw it tonight, twice. It's here.
It has certainly taken a hit. It's down to about 1% of the meta, but
It is, yeah. I mean, it's
exists.
not what it used to be, but there are still people who love it. And I think it's hard to say. From like a year ago when Treasure Cruise was new to the meta, before it obviously got banned very quickly, that was probably a slightly worse time for the deck, just because the Wasteland strategy was no longer viable. Young Pyromancer, once it really gets going, it gives you plenty of targets for punishing fire, but it actually gets ahead of it quite nicely. So, Jund has been on an uphill battle, but I don't think it's ever going to really go away in Legacy. And you do see a lot of overlap between the modern cards. Obviously, the Bobs, the
staples will be staples.
Yeah, staples will be staples. There's there's more staples in Legacy because you have a bigger card pool, but the Punishing Fires aren't expensive.
Certainly.
Deathrite Shamans aren't expensive. Grover the Burn Willows is expensive, but
To bring somewhat of a conclusion to this subject, and while you guys possibly toss in some at Geek Fortress questions or comments for us to discuss, my final thoughts on this: 2 decks that I would most recommend to build if you intend to be both a Legacy player and a Modern player between them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Burn and Merfolk. They have the most overlap. It's about an extra $100 to build both Legacy and Modern Burn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very quick swap out. It's basically just some Gryvlothomancers, Price of Progress, Fire Blasts, and Chain Lightning.
Okay.
Not a whole, maybe some Sulfuric Vortex as well. And then the sideboard.
Yeah.
But still, overall, a pretty cheap switch.
Mm-hmm.
Merfolk, and both are positioned well in both Legacy and Burn. Not fantastic, they're not the top tier. Burn's still a top tier deck in Modern. Close, lost a little bit in Legacy.
It's never going to be bad.
In Merfolk, pretty close to a top tier deck in Modern.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's having a little bit of a rough spot, but a lot of things are happening with Modern at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Post-April, probably going to be gaining a lot of percentage points. Not great against Affinity, but solid against the rest of the field. Not a whole lot of the automatic loses to. In Legacy, again, a pretty cheap, not super cheap, but it's basically just Wastelands and Force of Wills to get up into Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
On the bright side, both of those are about to be reprinted, which means that there will be a very immediate and hopefully it may not last super long. So when it happens, pick them up then.
Mm-hmm.
That price dip will happen. Force of Wills and Wastelands will be achievable. And that becomes a very easy deck that is maybe not top tier, but definitely well positioned. And if Burn is not your style and you prefer games that to be a little bit more interactive or have a bit more creatures especially, or just, if Burn's not your style, casting 7 spells ain't your thing, Merfolk gives you that versatility to be decently positioned in both formats as well.
Yep.
So that's my final thoughts on that one. How about another question that we have here, one that I thought of earlier. How about theory? At what point is it worth more to learn information about your deck as opposed to time of your opponent's deck to conceding and moving time? Time versus knowledge. What are your thoughts on that?
It's certainly interesting. If you can pick your opponent to be on an archetype, generally you're going to want to go for the time bet there. I mean, match to match, if you're playing against Miracles and, they successfully countertopped and they're attempting to win by upping a Jace, go to the next game. That game is over. You lost. Get on with your life. you know it's Miracles. You know what they do. You know it's not going to be fast. You need to pick up the pace. If they're kind of like a slightly rogue Delver deck, you've seen a couple of odd things, maybe a weird splash, you probably have time to see where this game's going. A super aggro-y deck, and again, what you're playing is going to be really key here too. If you were playing Miracles, you usually are going to have a lot of time to sit there and really figure out and get into the meat of what your opponent's playing, and then quickly snap out a 10-minute Game 3 win. Don't lie to yourself. You need as much time as you can get.
Okay. I can get behind that. And how about another question? This was one that got popular on Reddit recently. So, again, this is one that I very much welcome you guys to participate in. So if you have thoughts on this one, toss them in the chat. It's been talked about previously and around a lot of things, but it is a very interesting thought and it's fun to address. In Modern and Legacy, there are things that could be considered canaries in a coal mine, which is a term given to, back in like coal mines, they would keep canaries in there, so that if there was a, not coal mines, but if there was a gas leak, or some kind of dangerous leak, and oxygen was going away, canaries with smaller lungs would be the first thing to die. People would see the canary die, and they'd get out.
Yep.
What are the canaries in the coal mine in Legacy and Modern? Right now we are seeing many in Modern, but what are some of the things that, when you see them start to get played more, you think to yourself, man, something's wrong? As you think about that, here's my thought. Chalice of the Void and Simian Spirit Guide are two very big ones for me in Modern.
Okay.
Once Chalice of the Void is a card that people are considering main board, something is very predictable and known, and that just signals an unhealthy meta, especially if they're going so far as to main board Simian Spirit Guides along with it to consistently put down on one turn one.
Okay.
So that puts the position in a very weird spot for me. Any thoughts on that from you?
Yeah, I don't know. I get what you're going with, but
how about when Treasure Cruise or Dig Through Time were in Legacy? What are some of the things that people were doing to counter that might have been problematic?
You know, that's a good question.
I caught you off guard.
Yeah, you really did get me off guard with that one. Like, I can think of what was the problem in Legacy. I just try to think of like what other people were doing to deal with those problems. Leave me a bit lost.
Tell us your thoughts regarding Legacy, because I don't know enough about Legacy.
What about
to
Legacy?
Do it. Another thing that strikes me is Worship, as somewhat of a main deck Relic of Progenitors. That's a really good one for Modern, actually. If graveyards get to a point now, I would say to expand that to be beyond the decks. You know, like Scapeshift has been known to do that. Tron has been known to do that. But if you end up having a lot of decks, and there are right now that are mainboarding Relic of Progenitus, and that's just part of their game plan, saying, look, I know the graveyard. You will be using the graveyard. That's what you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
That's probably an issue if every deck is... There's something warping it to where everyone is using that.
Right.
Fort Bolt, a decent one. I'm not sure if I would consider Fort Bolt to be a canary in a coal mine, all things considered, only because it does have value outside of it. Certainly the meta got warped to where it had a much higher value, but I would not be shocked to find someone running it these days.
Right.
In pretty much, actually, here's an interesting bit of tech. Dylan Falk running Fort Bolt in the main board of his Delver deck in Legacy. Yeah. And yet, I saw him take down 2 Dark Confidants just the other day in playtesting.
I like
it. Was like Dark Confidant, Fort Bolt?
Yeah, there you go.
They were like, you're hitting that in the main? Of all things?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that it hits, yeah.
And that's just it. It's almost interesting. People talk about the 3 toughness rule being the defining line of a card's value. Yeah? The 3
Just
for
like-
the Lightning Bolt. Because Lightning Bolt exists, a creature either needs to have value upon entering the battlefield, or be, add like a 1 mana parity, 2 mana parity, have that tempo parity with Bolt, or it needs to have a bigger toughness than that. It's almost interesting. That rule has made it to where really 2 toughness, any removal that hits 2 toughness will very likely hit anything that Bolt will hit.
Yep.
Just because if it's 3 toughness, they don't run it. So it's like 2 to 4. It jumps 3.
Yeah.
Interesting fact. And also Modern, it's almost become 5 toughness as that line.
Wow.
At least it's like it jumps 4 is fine. 5, it needs to have something to get beyond Dismember.
Gotcha.
It's like your removal needs to handle 5 toughness, but your creatures need to beat 3 toughness removal. It's weird. What is our favorite ley line? I'll tell you one thing it's not. Sanctity. That thing can go right out. Not a fan.
My favorite ley line is 24 of them and Opalescence.
Mine is Singularity.
Ooh.
Yeah. Only because one time, this was back when I was very beginning into my Modern thing. This was during probably Journey into Nyx, kind of that area. And I came up against this Modern deck, and I never played against it again, and it's always stuck with me as this so cool, conceptually Modern deck, that now that I'm telling you, if anybody's gonna, like, maybe make it happen, this deck, it would mainboard Leyline of Singularity, and it run cards out of the Hunted cycle from Ravnica. So, Hunted Troll, an 8/4 with Regenerate.
Yep.
You make them 4 fairies.
Yep.
Boom, becomes 1. At the same time, it was mainboarding
God.
Illness in the ranks.
Rude.
It was mainboarding Illness in the ranks. It was running Blood Artist.
I like everything.
It was running Forbidden Orchard to
Yep,
make the
yep,
one.
yep.
So it was entirely like this weirdly value-based, and all the Hunted cycle would give them stuff that you'd immediately lose.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was the coolest deck.
That
And
does sound really neat.
And, like, I happened to be on Burn at the time, and
Mhm.
my particular build of Burn at the time was so odd that it was just fine against it.
Right.
Because this was right when I was breaking into it, and I didn't have a fully built one, because he was prepared for that one. But the deck was sweet,
Yeah,
and
it
I've
sounds
always
really cool.
wanted to play against it again, and it's gotten Zulaport Cutthroat as another option
Yeah.
for that. Granted,
Oh.
that one's significantly worse, because you're getting
Right,
them
yeah,
tokens.
because you're not going to your opponents,
But Leyline of Singularity in a modern deck?
Oh.
Come on!
that sounds really
This
fun.
is amazing!
Yeah.
Hunted Troll being an 8/4 just beat house. I mean, it just...
With Trample, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's find out.
Oh my god, Hunted Troll.
But this deck was just
real.
all kinds of amazing. And, no.
Oh no, just regenerate. Okay.
It's an 8/4 for 4 with green to regenerate it.
Hunted
How good is that
Warrior
against
has
control? I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. There's like the... But nonetheless, this
Yeah.
deck was just the
Oh my god.
coolest thing. And I've always wanted to see that again. So Leyline of Singularity, probably my favorite. Also Leyline of Anticipation. Suddenly I'm realizing that why are my favorite Leylines blue?
There's a reason for that, TJ.
I'm switching my answer. Leyline of Punishment.
I don't know.
Soy Crashing, keep that list in touch with me. I'd love to help out with anything that I remember from it, but it was the coolest thing.
I don't know. I do like Leyline of Sanctity as much as I know TJ hates it, just because it has more than just, it hosed burn. And it also gets rid of a lot of other cool stuff, like it hoses discard. That's a fun, obnoxious as hell interaction.
Cards like Leyline of Sanctity are the reason why filthy cards like Wild Nakata end up in Burn. And that is absurd. You know what isn't a Burn card? Wild Nakata. It isn't. I will stand by that.
That's a fair statement.
And nonetheless, probably coming up towards the end. So, if you do have any questions, or it's mostly just because the questions have somewhat dried up, but if you guys do have any discussion points, questions, anything like that, let us know. That way we can continue hanging out. Otherwise, we'll probably be coming close to a finish here in just a couple of minutes. So, in that meantime, a last reminder. I promise I won't keep doing this. That follow button. Hit it. It is a blast to have all of you here, and I can't wait to see you all again. Saturday, tomorrow, 6 o'clock Pacific time, we'll be doing a Modern tournament, probably 5 rounds. Sunday, again, Pacific time, at noon. Starting at noon, we'll be having a big old Grand Prix trial. It's going to be a blast, and I'm going to be back here pretty much all day. And I always look forward to that.
Need someone to come keep him company.
Exactly. I think Coleman, actually, is going to be my co-host.
Alright, cool.
Also, if you guys want to order us pizza, I'm not going to deny that. It's going to be a long day without me having a chance to go get food. Other than that, gonna call it. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Certainly, it's something that people have requested. If you do want to, there is a donate button at the bottom of the page. If you want to use that, I certainly appreciate it, but by no means do I expect it out of you all. But certainly helps us try out more cool things. Nonetheless, we're going to be here tomorrow, and my worst beat was by a side... I'm an Affinity player. What do you think my worst beat by a sideboard card is?
Alright. I'm going to say best win by a sideboard card, because that's infinitely more satisfying. The one of Bitter Blossom against a Merit Lage. Let's expand on this. The guy has a Tabernacle and a Merit Lage token. I have a Bitter Blossom, one Swamp at this point, and a Blood Artist. So he either swings, I chump and drain him for 1, or he doesn't, and I don't pay the Tabernacle and drain him for 1.
This is amazing.
It was horrible. The dude was furious. eventually he is like raged. He's like, all right, fine. I'm gonna dredge a loam and try and dig more cards up. There goes his Crows and Grip.
My favorite, I have two for favorite using with a sideboard card.
Alright.
One is on Affinity against Boggles.
Mhm.
Managed to cast 2 Thoughtseizes in turn 1 on the play and take both of their Boggles. They kept the hand. They're like, if they have the Thoughtseize, I'm already sold. I was just like, rip it, have a nice day.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
The other one was that for a bit I was testing one of Choke and one of Blood Moon in my Affinity sideboard to diversify it a little bit, give me outs to like the... And so against actually Justin Hester, who was on Jeskai Control at the time, ended up dropping down a Choke, and it was just locking him out. I wasn't able to get a whole lot of pressure going because he's Jeskai Control, and I'm awful at that worst matchup. Nonetheless, keeps going, and finally he just keeps fetching into lands that are going to help, but finally gets the islands because he needs some of those. Finally gets just enough, boom, able to take care of it. I forget what exactly, but he was able to answer it, get it off of the battlefield. And so he passes back, and I go, wow, that is so unfortunate. Oh, I'm sorry, I got this wrong. I had a Blood Moon out. And he finally gets just enough, fetching for these basic islands and going for the basic lands, gets the islands that he needs, lands it, gets rid of it. I think it was some blue card that took care of it, which was I forget what. But slam down a Blood Moon. It was a good day.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Or a Choke. Slam down a Choke. Mix the two. But slam down a Choke, locked down his entire board except for one land, called it a day.
Too good.
It was awesome. Is Mentor going to hold its value? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure what its value is at now, but it's decent in Legacy. I don't think it's at all the staple that it's always going to be in Miracles. I think it's been relegated to a sometimes 2 of.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly popular in Miracles when it was new, and I think it's lost a lot of that, and Miracles just going back to the Intrigue plan.
And as for Modern, I like Monastery Mentor, don't get me wrong, but the way that the deck functions when you're trying to maximize your value, that is as a control finisher, which again relegates it to being a 2 of.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be loaded up on these. And so once that card is out of Standard, I can't imagine that it's going to maintain a huge... Granted, I'm not sure if it's played in Standard much. If it is not played in Standard, it's going to stay exactly the same.
Pretty much.
And then eventually go up over time.
Yeah, it'll eventually go up a couple bucks just because it's out of print.
Yep. It's desirable enough to eventually go up in price.
Right. But it's not, a 4 of in any deck, and it's not played in a lot of different decks, so there's a pretty big supply, but not a huge demand.
If it's not played in Standard, yes. If it is played in Standard, no. Cheerios, yes, it is played in Modern, but let's get this out of the way. Cheerios is a maybe 0.2% of the Modern metagame. And their better win con is Grape Shot, and I think that Monastery Mentor is more of a bring it in out of the sideboard for Leyline of Singularity and things that are going to counter those non-creature spells. So again, probably a 2 of, not a 4 of.
Alright.
So maybe, but not in the long term. Nonetheless, we're going to call it a night. Thank you so much. I am entirely excited to have... I mean, it's going to be a busy weekend of streaming, and I cannot wait for it. So join me again. It's going to be a blast. And as always, feel free to send any feedback to me at RedBaronMTG. And also, if you see me on Reddit, same username, RedBaronMTG. Let me know, and I'll always try and improve this every single day. In the meantime, I'm TJ.
I'm Joe.
And this has been the Geek Stream. And we hope you all have a fantastic night. Hopefully see you tomorrow.